Supremacy Games. Chapter 576-600. Chapter 576, They are even more desperate. It was normal to ask such a question since the surface above them was nothing but sand and sand. Since the ceiling was dark, it only meant that it was locked. This drove Felix to believe that when they reach it, it would open up automatically. But, when that happens, they would be buried under tons of sand. Not mentioning the inconvenience of experiencing it, Felix was more worried about getting spotted by creating such large activity. At least, we will be invisible. Felix looked at Melissa and requested, "Please fly ahead of us and scout the ceiling." On it. Melissa unfolded her bat wings and flew rapidly above them. In less than 5 seconds, she was already touching the metallic grey ceiling. She scanned it with her bracelet and the Queen gave her its details. Upon seeing that the materials were breakable easily by them, she went to relay the intel back. "That's good. If the ceiling refuses to open up after we reach 5 meters away from it, I want you to break it APA. Krieg." Before Felix could finish his order, the ceiling began opening up slowly from the center. "Prepare for impact," Malik said while creating a fire cover above them. Those with mass defensive abilities also used them to protect the team from the incoming waves of sand. However, the expected sand didn't fall. Instead, they were welcomed by the bright light of a sunny day and a blue clear sky. The hell? How is it possible? Where is the sand? Everyone was baffled and stunned by the sight. They turned to Felix, believing that he might know what's going on, but he was just as confused as them. But, he didn't need to think too deeply about it as they were about to reach the surface in few seconds and clear their confusions. "Samir, we are about to emerge, prepare to retrieve us," Felix informed after breaking out of his confused state. "Understood." Out of nowhere, the cubic silver Northern Sentinel had emerged in their line of sight, making them realize that the sky wasn't an illusion as some of them thought. Before they dove deeper into this thought, the platform had surfaced on the golden desert, making them look around with a dazed expression. They even spotted the pirates' spaceships in the distance aiming their brightened guns at the ruins. "Samir, I believe we are out, can you see us?" Felix asked weirdly. "You guys are out?" Samir asked with a dumbfounded expression while watching a hologram that was spotted at the exact position of the elevator. He could see the moving red dots representing their AP bracelets. But, that's it. The sand in their position wasn't touched or moved, ensuring him that it was impossible for them to be outside. "Yes, and weirdly we are still moving upward." Felix inquired, "Can't you see at least the platform we are standing on?" "No. I am seeing only an untouched desert in your place," Samir responded. "This only means that the entire platform and the elevator are actually erected on the surface as well, but was camouflaged by an illusion." Felix reasoned calmly, having some confidence in his guess due to the multiple illusionary experiences he met in the ruins. It was clear that the researcher had a way to create permanent illusions. If he could use them inside the ruins, then it was only natural to do it for his escape route. As for the reason why the platform was still going up and up, Felix believed it was done like this to combat sand from filling the elevator every time it opens up. "This means the pirates can't see us as well," Felix ordered. "Retrieve us now, we will discuss everything inside the spaceship." Felix already had some guesses, but it wasn't time to deal with them. "Queen, send invisible scouting aircraft to pick them up," Samir requested while switching his focus on the pirates' spaceships, who seemed to not have noticed anything out of place. After all, his spaceship was currently sitting at hundreds of meters in the sky and multiple kilometers away from the ruins. Since the pirates' spaceships were above them, the Northern Sentinel's gigantic size managed to hide the small invisible aircraft from being spotted by their surveillance system. Even Felix and the rest were under this umbrella, making it almost impossible to see them even if they didn't drink invisibility potions. Thud. Meanwhile, the platform carrying Eric and the rest finally stopped after reaching 20 meters above the surface. This time, no one bothered to ask questions as the moment the aircrafts reached them, they picked their designated one and took off towards the spaceship. It didn't take even 2 minutes before all of them had successfully ventured into their spaceship successfully. At last, we reached safety. Malik sighed in relief just like the rest. They finally could relax a little from such a stressful expedition. The idea of being buried with ruins was too dreadful. "Welcome back, guys." Samir's delighted voice resounded from the radio of each aircraft. "We couldn't have done it without you guys." Felix praised sincerely, "Truly a remarkable performance." "Thank you, sir." "Sir Felix, you better get in the cockpit as fast as possible." Declan wiped his sweaty forehead and said, "There are only 30 seconds left before we receive another call from those scum." "Ha ha ha, no need to rush." Felix laughed with a cold expression, "Now that we are out, they better forget about the deal and focus on saving themselves." Malak, Eric, and the rest all showed murderous looks after hearing so. There was so much anger held within them, ready to burst at any moment. Anger resulted from the pirates, the ruins' dangers, and most importantly, Momo's betrayal. They have the perfect outlet to vent on. In a short moment, the squad could be seen sitting in their chairs in the cockpit with Samir and Declan. Only Momo wasn't with them as he was locked inside his room after forcing him to wear another AP bracelet. He would be dealt with after taking care of the pirates. "Why haven't they contacted us yet?" Samir wondered as he glanced at the radio. "Because they don't want to destroy the ruins." Felix snickered, "They gave us 5 minutes to make a decision before they fire." "Because of Declan's efforts, they probably bought the fact that we are willing to make a deal. So, they thought that 5 minutes should be enough to pressure us and also avoid giving us time to escape from the hole." He is right, they are more desperate to get the treasures than us. Now, they don't know if they should continue with their threat or contact us to renegotiate. Melissa giggled. "I would pay anything to see their expressions right now." Kadri laughed. Sure enough, Captain Roger and the rest had dark lines on their foreheads as they kept waiting impatiently for the call to arrive. Alas, 2 minutes had gone by after the deadline, yet nothing was heard from the other side. "Captain, do we continue waiting?" A bit scared, Liam asked with a soft voice, knowing Captain Roger was seething currently. "Call them." Captain Roger tightened his grip to hold his fury within and said, "We will extend another offer and give them 5 more minutes to consider it. If they refused it, don't hesitate to destroy the ruins. We don't know for sure when the squad would leave the ruins." "Understood." Liam swiftly sent a request to make contact with the Northern Sentinel. When Samir received it, he inquired, "Sir Felix, do I accept it?" Felix nodded his head and said, "I want everyone to be silent. Declan, they are going to propose another offer. What you need to do is reject it and say that the captain told you that he would rather die in the ruins than given them a single dime." "But, isn't that going to provoke them into destroying the ruins?" Declan asked with a confused look. "That's exactly what I wants." Felix narrowed his eyes, "It's going to be hard for us to continue our exploration without a slime to check traps and illusions. So, we can only postpone it for later. However, the pirates would most definitely sell the coordinates if just 1 or 2 spaceships managed to escape." Felix said. "I see." Malik's eyelids rose as she added, "Since they neither know about the tunnel nor the Strucrace material, they would assume that they had killed us and also destroyed any other chance of getting those treasures. So, the coordinates wouldn't be as valuable." "Exactly." Felix's scheme was more of a precaution taken if they failed to kill all the pirates before they sent coordinates to someone else. Now that it was taken care of, Felix shushed them with his finger and gave permission for Samir to accept the call. "Are you playing with me, you degenerate slave?" The first thing that resounded in the cockpit was Captain Roger's furious roar. Chapter 577, Armored Aircraft. Everyone's eyes turned extra chilly at the sound of that. Captain Roger wasn't just cursing Declan but all of them by calling them slaves. However, they kept their fury within them and eyed Declan, who started speaking calmly. First, never call me that again, you piece of filth on the sidewalk. Second, my captain have made it crystal clear that he will not negotiate with scumbags like you. Good shit, elder. Get his ass. Eric and the rest all gave Declan thumbs up in elation, unlike Liam and Miss Kylie, who were stiffened in their places after hearing his sudden change of tone and personality. But what shocked them the most was the content. No negotiations. Are they insane to seek death like this? Liam thought as he glanced at his captain, whose nose was emitting smoke like he was boiling from within. This was the first time that he had seen his captain get so pissed at someone. So, you are telling me that all of our previous negotiations were worthless in the eyes of your captain? Captain asked with a suppressed tone. Who would have thought? Declan taunted, you are not that dumb after all. Captain Roger wanted to keep his cool and restart the negotiations because he truly wanted to get those natural treasures. However, he knew that the negotiation had fallen through the moment Declan cursed him. In his eyes, if he was daring enough to do that, it only meant that he had received permission from his captain. In other words, he truly didn't care about them bombing the ruins site and burying them inside if it meant not sharing their treasures. You won't change your mind, right? Captain Roger threw one last desperate Hail Mary, hoping that his assumption to be mistaken. I wish you choke on your saliva. I guess that's a no. Captain Roger closed his eyes shut and let out a long exhale through his nose. What a waste. Click. Captain Roger disconnected the call and eyed frigidly the cubic silver spaceship. Then, he ordered, I want you to wipe out the entire ruin site. Use everything. But sir. Liam pointed at the northern sentinel that was lighting up and alerted him, if we fired everything, we will be left under their weapons' mercy. Knowing that he was right, Captain Roger swiftly took control of his emotions and ordered, tell everyone to split up and start destroying the ruins at each opportunity that they get. The moment the pirate fleet headed his order, the northern sentinel was already as bright as the moon, making every pirate feel shivers down their spine at the incoming attack. All of them began scattering around like mice meeting a predator, wanting nothing more than having their crewmate be chosen instead of them. However, seconds went by and the northern sentinel hadn't fired yet. It just kept its weapons prepared like this while the pirates' spaceships continued zigzagging on their own. All right, send out the armored aircraft, we need to hunt down as many spaceships as possible while at the same time letting them destroy the ruins site. Felix ordered. Sir, I want to operate an aircraft. Malik requested with a serious tone. Me too. I am confident that I can take down one of them at least. Eric added while pumping his chest. Just as the others wanted to suggest the same, Felix cut them off short, they will go, you guys stay. Both of them have mythical bloodlines and are also on their way to peak 6th stage of replacement. Plus, they have ways to fly in case their aircraft got destroyed. Plus, any more and they will get suspicious that the squad had already left the ruins. Felix clarified. But, they didn't care about the rest as their ears got closed shut after hearing the term mythical bloodline. As expected, even leader Malik got one. Jones murmured with a hint of envy in his tone. Meanwhile, Nietzsche and Pualani didn't show it, but they were also envious of them. When Felix saw their expressions, he decided to motivate them a bit, keep working hard like them and it wouldn't be long before I recommend you to the organization as well. Then, he turned to Malik and Eric and gave them instructions for their hunt. Meanwhile, those three were about to die from excitement after finally getting a confirmation that it was possible to get mythical bloodlines. Old, young, rich, poor, everyone in the galaxy desired mythical bloodlines not only for their abnormal strength and potential but also for status. There were countless humans in the universe but less than 6 known mythical bloodlines in it. Being part of such a group was the true meaning of eliteness. But, they had to put their excitement to the side as the pirates had begun firing at the ruins site, spreading clouds of sand explosion noises everywhere. Felix wasn't even looking at the ruins but at the marked area of the long tunnel plus the elevator. He dearly wanted them to remain untouched. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to find the entrance again. While the pirates were bombing the area, Captain Roger was left a bit weirded out by their passiveness. "Aren't they going to attempt and stop us?" he thought with a suspicious look. Alas, before his suspicion could grow, the Northern Sentinel promptly fired off 10 laser beams at a green spaceship that was in the process of preparing a big strike at the ruins. Because it was dangerous to prepare energy weapons while moving at high speed, the spaceship ended up eating the salvo without any method of evading it while being locked in its place. F***ing retards. Don't use big weapons. Just keep taking it slow and safe. Captain Roger cursed in the intercom, connecting all spaceships' radios together. "Roger. Don't worry, boss, we are not as stupid as Little P." The pirates responded while continuing their everlasting shower of beams at the ruins site. By now, the site was already covered in brownish clouds, making it almost impossible to see its conditions. However, Felix knew that it would take more than those attacks to break those pillars. In a short while, Malik and Eric had arrived at the area of the armored aircraft. There were more than 20 of them parked in an orderly fashion. They appeared like army jets but bigger in size and 10 times better. Whether in terms of weapons, speed, mobility, defenses, etc. "I will take the black one," Eric shouted while jumping on the wing of a pitch-black armored aircraft. Then, he swiftly entered the cockpit and closed the glass door on him. After doing so, he let the Queen take care of the rest. Seeing that his aircraft was slowly getting in position to accelerate through a closed gate, Malik swiftly picked a grey aircraft and entered the queue. It was starting to get longer as the other armored aircrafts started to move on their own, forming a long line. Naturally, they were controlled by ACE. In this era, AI control was 10 times better than humans' manual control. So, they were definitely going to perform better than Malik and Eric. That's if we didn't consider the bloodline abilities. "The gate will open up in less than 10 seconds. Samir announced on their radio. Eric and Malik narrowed their eyes at the gate after hearing so. Exactly after 10 seconds, the giant silver gate began slowly opening up, showing the pirates' spaceship lasering the ruins at a distance. The instant the gate had been unsealed, Eric's aircraft started accelerating until it emerged outside akin to homing missile guided towards those spaceships. The rest followed after his aircraft swiftly and created a V formation while his aircraft was the head of it. "Do you think it's necessary to use an invisibility system?" Eric wondered as he glanced at the aircraft near him that was fully invisible. "Who knows? Those pirates might be dumb enough to not glance at their radar while we approach them," Malik replied. Too bad for her, they got noticed the instant they emerged from the spaceship by Liam. He warned the rest about their assault, making every pirate operator keep a constant eye out on their radars. They knew that their spaceships might be smaller when compared to the behemoth Northern Sentinel, but they were still considered large when put next to armored aircraft. Hence, their speed and mobility could never outperform aircraft in the planet's lower atmosphere. However, their defenses and weapons were incomparable to the aircraft even though their spaceships were repaired with a crap alloy. That's because any trash alloys that could allow a spaceship to travel at the speed of light while surviving its hazardous environment would be 10 times better than any alloy that couldn't do so. Malik knew all of this and was going to make sure to play by her strengths and minimize her weaknesses. "I want all aircraft to split into 2 groups and aim at one spaceship each time," Malik ordered. "Eric, lead the other group." "Leave it to me," Eric said confidently before requesting, "Queen, I will leave it to you." "Idiot." Malik could only roll her eyes at him and focus on her target that was merely hundreds of meters away. Seeing that the spaceship had stopped firing at the ruins and aimed its weapons on her group, she swiftly ordered the ace to focus on counter-attacking. Phew, phew. Rumble. Large metallic bullets were fired at them by dreadful railguns, making them hastily split apart to dodge them. Boom. Alas, one aircraft ended up having a bullet penetrate its engine, causing an immediate explosion besides Malik's aircraft. The horrifying speed of those bullets made it extremely difficult to dodge all of them at once. Yet, Malik didn't seem scared at all as she simply kept pushing her aircraft to bridge the gap closer with the spaceship. She never planned on using her aircraft to attack but just as a transportation method. Chapter 578, Sinking Deeper in a Misunderstanding. Boom boom. While the aircraft besides her began their counter-attack by firing off laser beams at the spaceship, blowing off some parts, Malik took advantage of the cover and accelerated even more. It didn't take her even a single second to be on top of the spaceship. Naturally, her presence was too near to be ignored, making the space operator use the weapons on the roof and try to extinguish her. Unfortunately for him, Malik had jumped off the aircraft before he could fire them. Whoosh whoosh. Two mesmerizing blue flaming wings emerged from her back, allowing her to take control of her descent. The instant she did so, Malik connected both of her palms together and shouted, "Star's Fury!" Long blue javelins swiftly emerged from her wings and began raining down on the roof, causing explosions and shaking to be heard and felt within the spaceship. Kill her before she destroys the weapons. Livid, Captain Roger yelled as he watched the ongoing battle from a hologram. Alas, his shouting did nothing to change the situation as Malik's mobility made it almost impossible to hit her. Especially, when she was focusing mostly on destroying the weapons first. By the time she was done, she flapped her wings twice and landed elegantly on the roof, appearing like a goddess proclaiming her ownership of this spaceship. Leader Malik sure is a badass. Couldn't agree more. Kadri and the rest kept commenting while sitting in the cockpit, feeling somewhat useless by just watching. However, when they saw how 3 aircraft got blown up just now, they removed those unwelcoming thoughts in their minds. Meanwhile, Malik had already melted the alloy and got inside the spaceship. Alarm noises kept echoing everywhere, informing the pirates of her intrusion. However, no one dared to be a hero and go fight her after seeing what she did to their weapons. Instead, they all tried to rush towards the survival capsules that should propel them outside of the spaceship and land on the desert safely. It wasn't hard to understand their decision as none of them was even a proper 5th stage bloodliner. Come back and fight her, you bunch of useless crap! Captain Roger cursed out an order with bloodshot eyes after seeing tens of his crewmates running for their lives with horrified expressions. His orders resounded in their spaceship all right, but no one paid any attention to them in this life and death situation. Since no one was wearing an AP bracelet, they weren't bound by a contract to dutifully listen to Captain Roger's suicidal orders. Whoosh! Where do you think you're going? Malik suddenly showed herself on top of the running bunch, freezing them in their places. Unlike stereotypes, they were wearing clean and tight spacesuits with helmets, making them appear just like any other spaceship crew. Please don't kill me. I have kids and a family to provide for. I am doing this only for their survival. A pirate suddenly dropped on his knees and began sobbing loudly beside his crewmates. He seemed as sincere as a loan shark who's trying to rip you off. Surprisingly, his crewmates didn't look at him in disdain or revolt but actually joined his party. I am willing to join your spaceship and be your janitor. Just don't kill me, please. I can sign a slave contract no matter its terms. Please forgive me, the wicked captain kidnapped me and turned me into a pirate against my own will. One sob story after another, one beggar after another. Malik didn't doubt for a second that if she brought herself near them, they would hug her thighs and never let go. As always, pieces of trash like you never fail to amaze me with your acts. Malik sneered hatefully, when things go your way, you become kings of the universe, the controllers of life and death. But the moment you feel slight danger, you turn into docile cats ready to jump ships. Disgusted, Malik spat on them from above while manifesting a blue fireball. Upon noticing that she wasn't planning on sparing any one of them, the pirates didn't hesitate to activate all of their offensive ranged abilities and use them on her. Whoosh! Alas, one mere wing flap turned all of those abilities into particles, showing them the gigantic gap in strength between them. Most of them refused to accept their fate and turned around, planning to retreat under their crewmates' cover. Whoosh whoosh. Anyone who took a single step forward had been turned into ashes instantly by smaller blue fireballs. Why are they so powerful with their smaller size? Sob, we are so dead. The pirates fell on their knees in despair after realizing that neither fighting nor escaping made any difference. As for the internal spaceship's weapons, Malik had gotten rid of them before she even spoke to them. They weren't even 1/10 as good as their external weapons. After Malik saw that the fireball had reached 5 meters in size, she gave the pirates one last cold look before leaving through the same path she took. Obviously, she left the blue fireball slowly falling down towards the pirates. The pirates stopped sobbing at once and glanced at each other in shock and a bit of hope in their eyes. Without a single ounce of hesitation, they all stood up and started sprinting desperately towards the survival capsules. The moment they reached the area where they were held, delighted cries resounded loudly as the pirates began jumping inside of them akin to monkeys. Alas, before they could get too comfortable and thankful to God for surviving, the blue fireball had touched the floor of the spaceship. Then, nothing left from that spaceship besides a blue spherical explosion that shone brightly akin to a gorgeous sapphire. Boom! The deafening noise of the explosion followed by a massive shockwave took an extra half a second before they resonate in the blue sky. The shockwave was powerful enough. The closest aircraft to the explosion had its wings bent backwards then ruptured from their position. The rest handled it better. Damn, she sure hates pirates to the bone to wipe the entire spaceship from existence. Felix's eyelids twitched at the sight, feeling a little bitter that Malik didn't consider taking the spaceship under their control. Although it appeared like crap and had zero chance of entering any civilized planet, Felix knew that it would be useful for backup in space. But, he didn't scold her or even told her to stop her extra aggression. He simply let her vent the burning anger resulted from the humiliation caused when she got caught by the pirates. Hopefully, she wouldn't be so stiff when she vents. Felix wished while watching her fly towards an aircraft with an indifferent expression. It was clear that she was ready for round 2. Meanwhile, Eric had done a fine job as well by taking down his own target. The way he did it was by simply slicing it down from the middle with a humongous wind blade that stretched for over 70 meters at a minimum. This was his second active primogenitor's ability, Cosmic Blade. The sight was even more high-profiled than Malik's, making everyone doubt their eyes for a second. Alas, the perfectly sliced parts falling into the desert made it almost impossible to question their minds. While Felix's squad took a bit more calmly since they knew that mythical bloodlines were the real shit, Captain Roger and the other pirates felt like their hearts were about to leap out of their chests. A 70 meters, wind blade, he must be an Origin Realm bloodliner. Scared of his wits, Captain Roger spoke while his teeth kept cluttering continuously. Upon hearing so, Liam and Miss Kylie felt like they were going to piss their pants in fright. They were barely at the 5th stage of replacement, yet their captain mentions that they were currently again an Origin bloodliner. It was an achievement that Liam didn't turn this spaceship into the direction of space and wheezed away from the planet. Is he their captain? Captain Roger started to take deep breaths while massaging his chest to think things through since they started to make no sense to him. He could understand that Malik's fireball explosion had managed to reach the engine and explode it as well, causing the spaceship to end up in little pieces. But, slicing a bona fide spaceship? That shit was possible to only Origin bloodliners. However, he couldn't figure out why would an Origin bloodliner be here, and second was he always on the spaceship or not. Origin bloodliner rarely takes on expeditions unless the ruins are extremely dangerous and worthwhile. That garden made it crystal clear that the ruins were stacked with treasures that would move even Origin bloodliners. So, it's not out of the ordinary for him to be here. Captain Roger reasoned with an ugly expression. If he knew that he was screwing around with an Origin bloodliner, he wouldn't have even entered the planet. It's not my fault, he's the one who used his slave to negotiate with me instead of simply exposing identity. Why did he do that? He must have been in the spaceship the entire time while his squad down below. Captain Roger argued, unless he was worried about exposing the ruins or his identity to his enemies. So, he decided to play it safe. This actually explains why the negotiation broke out. Captain Roger arched his eyebrows with a hint of worry. His squad must have got wiped out down below, making him pissed at getting nothing. So, he decided to start a fight with us to vent. *ck me, I can't have such a powerful enemy behind my back. Captain Roger didn't even take a second to think twice about his theory as he swiftly informed all of the remaining spaceships to retreat to space at once. His order was met with resounding cheers and tears as the pirates wanted nothing more but to leave this shithole after seeing Eric's cosmic blade in action. Shit, will he ever let us go after we destroyed the ruins site? Captain bit his nails nervously as he looked at the massive brownish cloud risen from their attacks. He didn't doubt for a second that the ruins weren't accessible anymore after all of that destruction. While Captain Roger was sinking deeper and deeper into his own misunderstanding, Felix and the rest were left in a state of bafflement and disbelief after seeing their sudden unplanned retreat. There were more than 5 spaceships in the fleet, yet they didn't care about staying to take revenge or at least make sure that the ruins were destroyed. Where are they going? I haven't played enough. Eric cried loudly in disgruntlement as he chased after them to the exosphere, scaring the shit of the pirates. That demon is still chasing us. Increase the speed. Captain Roger shouted one last time before his throat went completely hoarse. Why-ite. Just one more slice. One more. Eric kept screaming after them relentlessly, making Felix and the rest marvel at the sight of one aircraft shooing away 5 large spaceships. No one would believe this shit even if it got on tape. Chapter 579, Dealing with Momo. They sure are gone. Speechless, Felix could only look at what remained of the Bloody Mary fleet turn into a few dark dots in the sky before completely disappearing into the darkness of space. God damn it! We were just getting into the fun part. Eric slapped the aircraft's dashboard in frustration and requested the Queen to take him back. I guess they didn't want to lose more spaceships. Malik suggested while heading towards the Northern Sentinel. Probably. Felix shrugged his shoulders and said, since they are gone, don't sweat it too much. However, we need to restart the exploration as fast as possible. I don't know if they are going to sell the coordinates or hand it to someone. Whatever it is, these ruins need to be fully cleaned in less than 15 days. How can we do so? Kadri shook his head. Momo clearly wants us dead for God knows why. We can't put our trust in him even if we use the synchronization feature. After all, who knows if that sad **ck is going to outright break the contract terms and screw us up big time. He is right. Melissa supported. It's too risky to work with him, and I doubt it's possible to hire another experienced slime and also bring him to this planet in less than 15 days. It should take at least a month if we were lucky. Malik said. What a pain in the ass. Felix scratched his eyebrows with an irked expression and said, follow me, I need to get to the bottom of this rewardless and retarded betrayal. Wait for us, boss. Eric shouted as he requested the Queen to increase the speed of the aircraft. In less than a minute, both Eric and Malik were on their way to Momo's room. When they reached it, they saw that everyone was waiting for them patiently. Malik took the lead and knocked on the door twice. Then, she pushed it open and walked inside with the rest behind her. The first thing that came in their point of view was Momo in his formless slime body, just spread on the bed like melting jello. No facial features, no organs, no clothes, nothing, just an AP bracelet swimming inside his body. The nerve on this dude to sleep peacefully in such a situation. Jones gritted his teeth at the sight, trying his best to get hold of his anger. The rest shared the same feeling as they were all anticipating seeing Momo with a hint of guilt, regret, or something like that. Thud. Wake your ass up. Kadri kicked the hard body of the bed, shaking Momo out of his slumber. Just like an inflated balloon, Momo's formless body began expanding rapidly until his body returned to its humanoid form. "What can I help you with?" Momo asked calmly. "You little." "Enough." Felix extended a hand to stop Kadri and the rest. He couldn't blame their anger since Momo was truly good at pushing buttons with his attitude. "Let's drop the act, I don't have all day to spend with you." Felix crossed his hands and asked indifferently, "Why? Why what? You seem hell-bent on acting dumb." Felix squinted his eyes dangerously. "Sir Felix, I truly don't know what you are talking about." Momo shook his head. "So you are telling me that hiding intel about the illusionary trap, turning off the recording video, lying about details of your descriptions all seem normal to you?" "I was just doing my job," Momo said. "Your job, hey? I guess this is it." Felix sneered and said, "Since you don't want to explain yourself, there is no need to keep you around." Felix snapped his finger and said coldly while turning around, "Queen, exterminate him." Eric and the rest didn't feel an ounce of sympathy towards Momo after hearing Felix's execution order. As slaves, they dreaded hearing it the most, but they understood that as long as they did their job well and remained loyal, they would never hear it due to contract terms. So, it came to them as a shocker to see that Momo still remained alive after the order was given. The Queen soon clarified Felix's confusion by saying, "Your request has been rejected. It was deemed by me that Sir Momo didn't break a single term in the contract." The moment Felix heard so, his eyes widened in shock. At first, he thought that the Queen was mistaken, but then all the memories of everything had gone through in the ruins had resurfaced on his mind. They made him realize that Momo truly never broke any contract terms. The sociopath had an unattainable control over his mind, allowing him to attempt and kill his squad by hiding crucial intel about the illusionary trap without having a single thought about it. Literally none. It was the same as someone peacefully walking by while eating an apple, then suddenly he stabs a pedestrian and continues eating the bloody apple as nothing had ever happened. Without showing intention, it was almost impossible for the Queen to prosecute him. As for the lies and turning off his recording? First, he didn't have an AP bracelet, so the Queen had lost her way to see and hear. So, as long as he truly believes in his lies about what he sees and hears, she would consider him as saying the truth. All in all, this sociopath had almost got this squad killed twice, yet neither the Queen nor Felix could punish him. "Ha ha ha, he truly put you in a dilemma. The Queen can't execute him, you can't kill him, and if your squad did it for you, you will be punished by the Queen since everyone here is a property of yours." Thor laughed in elation at the sudden turn of events, finding it quite amusing. He seemed to understand contracts and the UVR better than the last time. If it wasn't for this shitty situation, Felix would have been quite glad that this troublemaker was learning something. "So, you guys are telling me that he is actually unkillable even after trying to screw us twice?" Eric seemed to have difficulty grasping the situation, unlike the rest who realized it instantly. All of them had ugly expressions as they looked at Momo, who seemed nonchalant about the entire matter. "I can't believe I hired such a time bomb even when the clues were right in front of me the whole time." Malik reprimanded herself, knowing that she had messed up big time. "What do you mean?" Melissa wondered. "I have just realized why is this F***er so nonchalant about his death the entire time." "Ashamed?" Malik lowered her head while covering her eyes. "Mind sharing?" Nichi requested. Malik glanced at Felix with an apologetic look. He simply smiled faintly and nodded his head at her. "When I was looking for slime for our squad, I did extensive research on auctions that place only slimes for cheap prices." Malik sighed, "I have found one and attended it. That's where I saw Momo. He had a clean background, ample experience, and lastly, he didn't cost a lot to hire. But, looking back at it now, I realized that I was a bit hasty to hire him since I missed one crucial hidden detail in his background." She lifted her head and stared at Momo's indifferent expression, then said, it's almost impossible for an adult slime to get enslaved since they are smart enough to split part of their body with their main consciousness and hid it safely. That's why slimes get enslaved from the moment of their birth when they still couldn't protect themselves with that mechanism. Malik let out a long exhale and went on, so, for Momo to get enslaved for the second time after he got freed, it only meant that the real version of him isn't even here. We have been dealing with just a copy of his, and that's the reason why he can do whatever he wants without worrying about dying. The moment she finished speaking, only stiffened breathing could be heard in the room. Everyone was left in a complete state of stupefaction, having a bit of difficulty that Momo before them was just a copy. A copy belonging to probably a very vindictive slime, who wanted nothing in return but to simply wipe out another exploration crew who dared to take him in. How did I not see it? Felix massaged his eyebrows. Malik is right, the answer was right there before us, yet we failed to see it. That almost cost the squad their lives. Felix was certain that her hypothesis was correct, since it also explains why the Queen didn't find that Momo was harboring ill intentions towards them, even when the deed was already done. How could a copy even think or have feelings? It was simply receiving orders from the main consciousness that was hundreds of thousands of light years away. Slimes might have shitty offense and defenses, but their kit was extraordinary. Besides, Sir Felix, you guys aren't that dumb after all. Out of nowhere, the Queen delivered a message to all of them from Momo, whose blank face began manifesting a wide spooky smile that stretched from an ear to another. This was the first time he ever showed a different expression. It sure sent chills down everyone's spines, making them feel like they were being gazed at by a predator. Powerful bloodliners and halflings, if they told anyone that they had felt spooked by a slime, they knew that their faces would be a laughingstock in the entire universe. Chapter 580, an entire race being seen as a tool. You feel like talking now? Felix asked coldly, why are you doing this? Why? Momo's smile slowly disappeared as he spoke. I have been enslaved since birth and sent to tens of dangerous exploration after getting sold. Since birth, I was nothing but a tool to any exploration squad. When they got wiped out, helping me gain my freedom, I found out that I knew nothing besides being a tool in ruins. This is not happening just to me but to most of my own people. Momo showed a scary, furious expression and said, slimes are seen as nothing but tools and servants to everyone in this universe. I simply had enough of such bullshit and decided to start wiping out every squad I get placed in it. He smiled creepily again and dropped a bombshell on them. Hee, good luck finding another slime to be your tool in your next exploration. Because I am not the only one who's doing this. Queen, get rid of him please. Felix gave one last glance at Momo as he waved his hand dismissively. He had heard more than enough of this unsavory farce. This time, the Queen obliged by his request since she heard what he had said and it was crystal clear that he harbored ill intentions towards the squad. We slimes aren't just tools. We will show you all. Momo's left one last scary remark before having his copy's consciousness obliterated. The moment that happened, peace was restored in the room. No one was speaking as they were still trying to digest his dangerous words. They knew that if everything he said was correct, then the exploration industry was going to be shaken pretty badly. Momo was right in one thing. Slimes were tools of exploration. They weren't just any tools but the most important ones in the entire box. Explorers could go without everyone but slimes. They were the rock of every exploration team and without them, the dangers would increase by tenfolds. Wasn't it showcased in the ruins? Without someone to see through illusions, they could have easily gotten killed inside the illusionary trap. I never thought in my life I will actually see slimes grew some balls to make an uprising. Kadri smiled bitterly. Who did? Melissa shook her head. Due to their trash physiques, they were being considered as harmless as a fly. So, it became a habit to overlook anything serious related to them since we expect everyone to flip but them. True, that's why we missed the fact that he was enslaved again as an adult. Nichi chimed in, it became a natural thought for us to consider slimes as slaves and tools instead of actual living beings to be wary of. If it wasn't for Sir Felix's quick thinking, we would have paid the price dearly in the ruins. After I let this mistake pass by me, I should be cursed not thanked. Felix looked at Malik's disheartened expression and said, "Don't put all the blame on you. We both messed up." "No." Malik rejected vehemently, "You could be excused with your busy daily schedule. You have so many things to deal with, you shouldn't even be here with us. But for me? This is supposed to be my main job and I have failed miserably at it." Upon hearing so, Felix knew that Malik was taking this quite too hard. He knew that she was currently being consumed by shame and guilt. There was only one way to help her out before it starts affecting her judgment and leadership. "You are right, you dealt with Momo's situation poorly." Felix acknowledged her mistake to the shock of others, then proclaimed, "Your punishment will be 2 years' fine of monthly salary and also 1 day a week for the next 3 months in a quiet room to reflect on yourself." For situations like those, comforting would do more harm than good. Better acknowledge her mistake and properly punish her so she would let this mistake stay behind her. The punishment might seem too severe, but in reality, it should barely be called a slap on the back of her hand. Malik and the rest knew so. Hence, when she tried to make him reconsider it, Felix interrupted her, "That's my final decision. I don't want to hear about this issue anymore." "You heard him, it's final," Eric said with a foolish smile. "Damn 2 years of salary deduction." Kadri coughed, "I honestly don't know how you are going to live." "True, it's not like she has a percentage of the treasures we found." Melissa giggled. "You guys." Malik didn't know whether to laugh or cry at their friendly mockery. Felix didn't let her keep thinking about this subject for too long as he brightened the mood by offering, "Now with Momo's gone, you guys can have his share split between you." "Haha, at least he did one thing right." Kadri laughed in delight, so as the rest. "How about we head back to the conference room and inspect our loot?" Jones proposed while leaving the room. "I don't want to remain in that bastard's room any second longer." The rest agreed with him and were taken by the floor elevator towards the conference room. Although most of them sympathized with the shitty condition of the slime race, that didn't mean they would simply forgive Momo for trying to kill them twice. After all, they never planned on treating him like shit but an actual member of the squad and the family. It was his own poor judgment and hatred that made him turn a blind eye to the care they showed him. He simply wanted revenge against every exploration crew, no matter if they were saints or devils. He almost had his wish. In the conference room, Malik and the rest were sitting on chairs at a white round table. The room was inside a glass dome, giving them the impression of having the ability to talk freely. "Alright guys, let's start with the worst natural treasures we got inside." Felix rubbed his hands in eagerness and said, "Put them all on the table without bothering with the containers." The squad compiled by beaming the F/E grade natural treasures in the center, creating a big pile of bones. Those were the mummy's bones that were discovered before the first treasury. They should probably belong to soldiers with adequate strength. Pualani guessed. They nodded their heads in agreement as they understood that not all bones had such a trashy rank. Hell, there had been multiple discoveries of legendary bones with peak grades. "Queen, please calculate their total tally based on the current market price for F/E bone-based natural treasures," Felix requested. In less than a split second, the results were announced, 159 million SC for everything. "Not bad." Felix smiled as he waved his hand dismissively at the pile, gesturing for Malik to clean it up. Malik beamed everything inside and Felix requested, "Please, bring out the real bad boys." Eric and the rest grinned faintly and beamed the natural treasures found in the first treasury. This time, the pile was packed with shriveled body parts and bones. Queen first scanned them all for their grade and details if they matched with anything in the network. Felix asked. Till this point, not a single treasure found in both the lab and the garden had been scanned properly due to time constraints. Hence, when the Queen scanned everything and started naming the grades out loud, everyone felt an unforgettable euphoria. Who could blame them? The Queen said C grade only once. The rest were all B grade natural treasures while 2 others were A grade natural treasures. There were tens of them on the table, appearing like a shimmering golden treasure filled with gems instead of a pile of disgusting flesh and bones. I have some information missing, so it's hard to give the exact total number. The Queen informed. Can you give us an approximate price then? Felix asked. Queen took a moment then spoke monotonously, the total price should be more or less 78 billion SC. The Queen said a number that broke the jaws of everyone in the room but Felix. 78 billion SC at a market price, so, it should be actually 150 billion SC when they get auctioned. Samir murmured in a daze as he counted with his fingers like they would ever be enough for such amount. We truly hit the F***ing jackpot, ahahaha. Qadri's saliva kept being splashed everywhere as he laughed with his dog mouth wide open. Yet, no one cared with a bit of spit when their mind was affixed on the last collection of treasures in their spatial cards. The real treasures that could move even an Origin Realm bloodliner to rob them off. Felix didn't plan on wasting any more time gazing at those body parts as he requested them with an eager expression, boys and girls, please bring out the main dish on the table. I have been starving since the moment I saw the garden. While everyone assumed that he meant this garden, Felix was talking about when he saw it in his previous life on the screen. Just like everyone who watched that documentary, they all wanted a piece of that holy garden. Too bad for them, only Felix was lucky enough to relive his life and achieve this dream. Chapter 581, Broke Fatty's Tantrum. Unlike the previous treasures, the squad didn't beam everything in the center and pilled them up. Instead, they beamed one natural treasure at a time in a tightly sealed container. The instant the natural treasure finishes up its manifestation, they place it gently inside the container and sealed shut. Then, they repeat the process with all natural treasures that had been carefully harvested. The rest remained in their spatial cards for now, since the moment they get exposed to air, they would start losing their beneficial properties rapidly. Before long, there were more than 20 sealed containers stacked against each other right in the middle. Queen, please scan them. Felix requested with gleaming eyes. The Queen disclosed the results a moment later, 10 A-grade natural treasures and 11 B-grade natural treasures. The dominant element absorbed is the sand element. 5 of them are not registered in the database. The Queen kept giving intricate details and the rest listened impatiently, waiting only for her to reach the total market price they would net them. In a few moments, the Queen proclaimed, the total tally is 160 billion SC. Everyone had already expected to hear a considerable number, but their emotions still had been stirred, feeling excited, shocked, agitated, and more emotions that kept conflicting with each other. 160 billion. This is just the market price. Too agitated, Declan clutched his heart, feeling he was about to have a heart attack any moment. Who could blame him? The true value of those treasures was actually above 400 billion SC, since they would be sold at 30 billion to 40 billion apiece in renowned auctions. Adding to the previous 150 billion, they had already crossed $500 billion of profit without even calculating the rest of the natural treasures inside their spatial cards. Even 1% of such profit is enough to set me for life. Samir breathed ruggedly as he imagined having 5 billion SC in his bank account. Since the contract was valid for only 10 separated ruins explorations, by the time he leaves the squad, he would be a filthy rich man. This implied to all of them besides Malik and Eric. Felix, who's getting 90% of the pie, would have enough natural treasures to push himself into the 3rd mark and even the 4th mark in his devourer cultivation system. Such a massive strength boost is good enough for his future games and also to start the experiment to host the lightning manipulation. Good work everyone. Pleased, Felix smiled faintly while gesturing for Malik to beam everything in her bracelet. When the table was cleared, Eric asked, Boss, how about the rest? Transmit them straight to Malik's bracelet. Felix said. Instead of manifesting them outside, the straight transmission allows the items and materials to be sent from one bracelet to another, as long as they were nearby and both had given permission. The squad swiftly did as ordered and started watching condensed blue particles travel, forming a line between each of their bracelet and malak. This mesmerizing image lasted for only a couple of seconds. "It's done," Malak said. Upon hearing so, Felix requested her to let the queen scan them from within. When Malak agreed, the queen took less than a split second before giving them the final results. 60 billion SC. It wasn't as good as the previous batch since they were harvested perfectly, but they would still be getting another 200 billion SC if sold in auctions. So our final earnings should be 700 billion SC more or less. Felix would be lying if he said that he wasn't extremely satisfied with the results. He already anticipated a higher number than this if they managed to finish the entire ruins, but he was still content with what they got considering the many variables surfacing. "Boss, are you going to sell everything?" Eric inquired while smiling foolishly. "No, I will give you guys 70 billion SC to split among yourselves right now. It's your 10% from 700 billion SC. Felix clarified his reason for doing so: the organization will be taking the treasures for their research projects. "I don't care what they use them for as long as I get my split." Kadri smiled widely. The rest also didn't reject the proposition since 70 billion was truly their fair share. It might not be their exact share since they needed to sell everything first, but it was more than good enough for them. They weren't stupid to go against the organization's plans for a couple of few missing millions. "All right, this meeting is concluded for now." Felix shooed them with his hand and said, "Go rest for a couple of hours, we will continue our discussion after." The moment they heard so, a wave of exhaustion had hit all of them, reminding them of everything they had gone through in the ruins. They weren't physically exhausted but mentally. "I will be taking a nap, wake up when the meeting starts." Eric yawned while standing up. The rest each gave their own reasons and started emptying the room one by one. Even Felix didn't hang around as he had disappeared into light particles. When he opened his eyes in his UVR's house, the first thing he did was ask Lady Sphinx, "Elder, I believe that I have reached at least 20% in my second mark. How long do you think I will be in hibernation for if I ate enough natural treasures to take me straight to the peak?" "Probably 4 months. Lady Sphinx closed a book that was on her lap and clarified, "After each mark you pass, the next hibernations would be lasting for longer periods of time." "That's quite bad." Felix knitted his eyebrows at the sound of that, not liking the idea of sleeping half a year to years for one upgrade. He had so much to do every day and having those long slumbers would definitely interrupt his lifestyle and mess it up badly. "Is there any method to lower the hibernation's periods?" Felix wondered with a hopeful tone. "Nope." Lady Sphinx said bluntly, "Those hibernations are a must so your body can absorb the energies and benefit from them. The more you absorb, the harder it gets for your body to keep doing so. Hence, why the process keeps getting slower, which increases the period." Felix would be lying if he said that wasn't a bit discouraging. But, he could only live to adapt to those hibernations. If he didn't want them, he could still continue absorbing natural treasures on daily basis instead of shoving them all in a single minute. However, if he chose this method, it would take him much longer than using the hibernations method. Felix could guess that there would be a 3 months increase at a minimum. "I can't go slow if I want to keep up with the strength of the players in my next games," Felix said with a firm tone, knowing that the moment he relaxes would be the day he loses a game. "If I sent Fatty to deliver the natural treasures from my spaceship to the cargo company, it will take him 3 days. The cargo company would take at least 15 days to reach the Witch Empire, then another 3 days for an additional wormhole delivery." Felix started calculating the time spent for the treasures to arrive at his room if he acted right now. When the results came through, he realized that there was a high chance of him skipping the second semester final exams. But if he waited until he finishes them, he wouldn't be able to participate in the games or actually possess enough strength to undergo the experiment. "Don't worry about the exams. Lady Sphinx said casually, I will inform my student to postpone it until you are ready. Neat. Felix smiled faintly. He already expected Lady Sphinx to intervene like this since the experiment was far more important than anything in her eyes. Let's see what that fatty has been doing. Felix quickly dialed Fatty Botadai and waited for less than half a second before the call got connected. Sob. Sob. Boss, you finally called. Fatty's pitiful cries resounded loudly in Felix's mind, getting him irritated instantly. The space worm race had one of the worst cry noises in the universe as it resembled a banshee screech. Stop bleeding my ears you fat f***ck. Felix placed his bracelet away from his ears as he cursed. How can I not cry? You are leaving me starving to death with your low order count. Fatty Botadai cried loudly, you keep asking for delivery from 15 days to 15 days. That's too few and I can't keep my body mass with the earnings I get from them. It should have been more than enough if you were able to get a f***ing diet already. Felix scoffed, not buying his fake whining. He had no intentions of making deliveries each week since the galactical shipment fees weren't a joke. Just in his previous delivery, he had to pay a total of 49 million SC. This includes Botadai's payment, the cargo company's fees, and the other delivery worm's payment. I can't live like this. I have already lost half my weight and my friends keep giving me shit for it. Fatty Botadai sniffed. Why would they laugh at you losing weight? Are your bastard friends fat too and actually take pride in it? Felix's eyelids twitched as he imagined other fat worms getting stuck in their wormholes. Stop shit-talking my friends and you better find me a solution before I commit a star suicide near your planet. I can't take it anymore. Fatty Botadai shouted his warning with a maddened tone before hanging up. How is it my fault that he is broke after wasting all his money on junk food? Felix was left gazing at his bracelet speechlessly. Chapter 582, Done Hiding. Felix let out a long exhale and started pondering on a method to help Fatty earn more from deliveries. If that Fatty was capable of intergalactical delivery, everything would have been the same as before. Felix knew that it was impossible for Fatty Botadai to pull them off with his age. His space manipulation and energy weren't adequate yet. Though, he can take an exam in the Wormhole Express Company to upgrade from a galactical delivery to intergalactical. Felix rubbed his chin. Yeah, I still recall that the exam is meant for juniors who want to broaden their horizons by delivering to different galaxies, using private wormholes for their race's use only. This would be enough to solve his problem plus Fatty Botadai's. However, this depends heavily on Botadai's performance in the exams since a lot of junior delivery worms participate in it on monthly basis. Thinking of that idiotic fat worm who only knows how to accept bribes and eat, made Felix lose hope in this plan entirely. Like hell, he will pass it. Don't look down on cutie Fatty. Asna chided while trimming her nails, who knows? Maybe his hunger would motivate him to do his best and pass it. Oh, you just gave me a better idea. Felix grinned faintly and dialed Fatty Botadai's number. After a couple of rings, the call was picked. Listen up Fatty, I have the perfect solution that will help us both. Felix said. Really? Fatty's voice rose up a notch in elation. Yes, cough, all you have to do is simply pass the intergalactical monthly exam in your company. Felix suggested while coughing. Intergalactical monthly exam. Botadai's tone screamed of confusion, making Felix want to teleport to Botadai's place and slap the shit out of him. The F***er didn't even know of such a known exam in his own company. Does he think about anything besides food? This is going to be an impossible mission. Felix massaged his temples and started explaining what the exam represents and why he needs to take it. When he was done, Botadai replied to him with one phrase, hell no. I was always weak in studies and exams. Heck, I barely passed the junior's exam and got this job. So no. Botadai refused vehemently. Felix wasn't even mad as he had already anticipated his rejection. He simply shrugged his shoulders and told him their future together, if you pass it, you will be able to deliver my items throughout the entire universe. I will be traveling from a galaxy to another in the upcoming years. If you don't pass the exam, this will further make it even harder for me to make even 2 deliveries in a single month. 1 delivery per month. Badadai murmured with a horrified tone, not wanting to imagine his fate when that happens. He was already struggling to feed himself with the current status quo. If things came to be as Felix described, he felt like he would honestly die from starvation after he blew all his salary on junk food. This your fault, bastard. Why did you sign a lifelong contract with me if you aren't going to stay in the galaxy? Badadai started whining again. Fatty, you better start working your ass up if you want to catch up to me. Felix cleaned off his ear coolly. I don't mind leaving you to starve if you kept being this lazy. You demon! Since the moment you introduced yourself in my life, it has been going downhill. Fatty Badadai sobbed, feeling like he got cheated again. When Felix made him sign to renew the contract, he told him that he would be paid for the deliveries. That was enough for Fatty since Felix was making a lot of deliveries in a single month. But, who would have expected that the bastard would pack up and take off to another galaxy? At least Badadai didn't. Alright, stop being such a crybaby. Felix switched to a softer approach. How about I reward you with a lifelong worth of snacks if you pass the exam? Lifelong worth of snacks. Just saying it out loud made Badadai squirm in his place like he was having a seizure. Yes. We can even sign a contract for it. Felix said with a faint smile. I will do it. I will sign it. Well, that was easy. Asna giggled. Should have led with it. Felix smiled wryly as he anticipated some struggle or hesitation, but the fat F***ck had just emphasized again that junk food was everything to him. Listen up, the contract will only activate after you pass the exam successfully. Felix said, I don't care if it took you a month or 5 years. You are not getting a single snack out of me before then. Of course, of course. Badadai spoke with a rushed tone, where is the contract? Email it to me quickly. Felix's eyelids twitched as he said, you will get it in an hour after I work on it. I don't want you bastard to bankrupt me by buying billions of expensive snacks in a single purchase. Felix wasn't lying at all since there were truly some high-quality snacks that cost millions of coins apiece. He needed to set a limit lest he ends up regretting the deal. Cough, you think too little of me. I am sure I don't. Felix scoffed and switched the subject, I will be emailing you now some addresses, go pick up my stuff there and leave it with you for now. This time Badadai accepted the order and hung up quickly, probably already preparing for the journey. Although the deal seems unfavorable for Felix since he might lose the millions worth of snacks, in reality he would be earning much more out of it. That's because he would be traveling through the universe most of the time, and if he didn't have Badadai who he trusts, he would be left to use a random delivery worm. Who knows if he would get betrayed and have his location transmitted. Those delivery worm all love taking bribes. I better start preparing for my journey as well. Felix logged out and went to his closet and desk. After beaming everything in his spatial card, he asked, Elder, it's safe for me to leave, right? I won't be hunted down by primogenitors or beings at that level. Don't worry, I believe they are busy with other important matters to deal with an ant. Lady Sphinx insulted Felix quite casually like she didn't see anything wrong with what she said. He, an ant. Asna's provocative laugh always makes it worse. Alas, Felix was already numb to insults coming from his tenants. He simply carried on with his preparation. Since the important stuff was already in his bracelet, he finished in a few moments. He left the sheets and pillows on the bed since he was going to return in a month or so after he deals with the expedition personally. He learned his lesson after everything that had gone through in the ruins. A few hours later, Felix and the squad were gathered in the conference room. Everyone feels refreshed. Felix checked upon them. Upon seeing them nodding their heads, Felix moved to the main subject of discussion. I have decided to take part in the remaining of the expedition. I will be the eyes and also the scout due to my abilities. Felix announced calmly. However, nothing was calm about the squad's reaction as they were pretty shocked and also excited. Only Malik seemed worried about his decision as she argued, Sir Felix, don't you think that it's a bit risky to leave the Empire? The others reeled in their excitement after realizing that she made perfect sense. They knew that Felix's enemies were as many as the stars in the universe. Everyone wanted something from him and the only reason no one was making a move was due to him hiding in the capital. She is right, boss. Eric beseeched, don't bother coming here, we are able to take care of this on our own. I concur, we just need to hire another slime and make sure this time that he was enslaved from his birth so he wouldn't be able to split his consciousness without the queen remaining attached to him. Kadri supported. What he said did make sense as the only reason why Momo caused them so much trouble was due to their ignorance of him being enslaved in his adult life. That is what made it possible to separate his consciousness before he even signed another contract. However, if it was done during birth, the queen would remain connected to any copy he makes after he split his consciousness, making his chances to escape obsolete. This was the reason why Momo was able to speak with Felix and the rest after he lost his bracelet. This time we can order the slime to always synchronize his vision with us. Melissa said, so, there is really no need to endanger yourself. Just as Declan wanted to add something, Felix raised his hand and spoke with a faint smile, I appreciate the care but I have made my mind. Malik wanted to open her mouth and retort but Felix wasn't done talking. I know that it is going to be dangerous to head outside but I also know that I will not outstrength my enemies any time sooner. There are millions of them, each wanting a piece. Even if I kept hiding for tens of years, I will still not be strong enough to deal with some of them. I really don't want to hide for the rest of my life until I reach the peak and feel safe. Felix extended his arms in a carefree manner and said with a charming smile, what's the point of living if it's going to be like that? Chapter 583, The Ancient Ruins Industries Rivalry. Malik and the rest didn't know what to comment after hearing him say that. The only thing they knew was that Felix wasn't going to change his mind no matter what they say. Haha, this is the reason why I admire my boss the most. Eric laughed with a content expression while giving Felix double thumbs up. Such a boldness and courage to face the unknown. No wonder he has that many achievements in the Supremacy Games platform. Kadri could only nod in agreement at what Eric had said. Don't think I am doing this just to look courageous or something. Felix waved his hand dismissively after seeing the looks he was getting. I'm doing so because hiring a slime isn't an option anymore. Felix clarified, every precaution that you said will be taken when you hire a new slime is not going to work if he decided to break the contract terms and get us killed at the expense of his instant death. Upon seeing their confusion, Felix reminded them, did you forget so fast how Momo told us about his race uprising? But, didn't he mean just slimes who had the same condition as him? Melissa inquired. Don't kid yourself guys. Since he didn't mind sharing the news of his race uprising, it only meant that it was either almost impossible to stop it or he wanted us to share it so the expedition squads would be hiring only vetted slimes. I have a feeling that he wanted everyone to hire those vetted slimes and feel safe around them, knowing that it was impossible to betray them unless they wanted to die. Felix smiled coldly and questioned, what if the slimes had already accepted their fate to turn themselves into a terrorist bomber? Who wouldn't hesitate to accept their execution if they managed to pull a fast one in their squads. Goosebumps coursed on everyone's skin at the sound of that. They couldn't help but feel spooked at the image of their newly recruited slime, making them walk on a trap willingly for a slight chance of wiping them out. Though, due to the Queen's existence, it would be difficult to keep such thoughts of betrayal hidden for long or move faster than the Queen's execution order. So, this terrorist bombing plan wasn't that efficient when it comes to bringing the squads the most harm. You guys don't get it. Malik said with a bitter smile, the squads dying or living doesn't matter that much. It's the idea of hiring a time bomb that might get you killed or not. Let's not forget that the moment the slime dies, most exploration crews would either be forced to retreat outside of the ruins or, in the worst scenario, get trapped inside. Indeed, if the slimes managed to keep sacrificing themselves to install this terror in the hearts of most exploration squads, no one would dare to hire them anymore. Felix sighed. It's a bloody method and will take years and years of sacrifices, but eventually, everyone would be forced to find another method when the death tally of the exploration squads reaches a new height. If this is all true, then slimes truly had lost their shit and were out for blood. Kadri cleaned his sweaty forehead, feeling for the second time a hint of fear from slimes. But this time, there was also a sense of respect and understanding. He knew that if his race was placed in the same situation, they would rather go for such a bloody path than remain being seen as tools for eternity. Should we notify everyone in the network and also release the recordings just in case? Samir asked with a worried expression. Why? Felix gave him a weird look. You know, so they wouldn't be blindsided like us and get killed in the ruins. Samir's tone kept getting lower and lower when he saw that Felix's expression remained unchanged. You have a good heart, Samir. Felix smiled faintly and asked, but, did you ever wonder why we never heard of such an uprising before? Samir got confused at his question. Don't tell me that you honestly think that we are the first victims of this revolution or whatever those slimes call it. Felix laughed with a friendly expression. We aren't. Eric's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Figured you will think the same. Felix face-palmed at Eric's question, then gestured at Malak. Please teach them how the world works. The rest of the squad laughed slightly and focused on Malak, who began speaking. It's obvious that the slimes have probably been betraying their squads and masters for years now, unbeknownst to anyone, because no one wants to reveal the information. Why so? Eric inquired with an innocent tone. Think, you little dum-dum. Malak hit him in the head with her knuckle like a big sister and explained, if they revealed the information, more squads would be wary of slimes. They didn't want that because everyone thinks of other exploration squads as their competitors and rivals. If one of them got wiped out, it's a victory to the rest because the ruins they died inside would still remain as a potential venture. Oh! Eric's mouth widened in shock at the revelation, as he never expected that the ancient ruins industry would be this brutal and merciless. An actual danger was threatening the entire industry, yet no one wanted to reveal anything about it or work together to find a solution against it. All of this to increase their chances to find out unexplored ruins. If this kept going, doesn't it mean that the slimes are bound to win eventually? Samir couldn't contain his distress anymore. Yep, and it's actually good for us as well. Felix grinned wickedly. I am able to see through illusions and also do most of the impossible scouting situations that only slimes could pull off. So, while others would be struggling to find an alternative, we would be having a field trip in all our upcoming ruins explorations. Everyone cheered with reddened cheeks in exhilaration, knowing that if Felix said that he could, then he could do it. Since he didn't say how, they didn't feel comfortable asking him about it. When were you able to see through illusions? Asna snorted in annoyance, knowing that the bastard was planning to use her in the ruins. Don't give me that tone, young lady. I am doing this for you. Felix said with a serious tone, if we don't get those treasures, I wouldn't increase my strength, making it possible to fail the soul-splitting process when I drink Elder's potion in the upcoming months. Big sis, is he telling the truth? Asna narrowed her eyes at him, feeling like he was spewing bullshit again. Lady Sphinx didn't even bother to glance at Felix before denying his crap. No, it's called soul-splitting potion for a reason. The pain would be centered on the soul, not the body. Cough, I didn't know that. Felix tried to salvage the situation by playing dumb. Alas, Asna wasn't that idiotic to keep believing his bullshit. Humph, if you still want my help in the ruins, you better bring me some movies and also take this bastard Thor out in the UVR and throw him in jail or something. Just keep him away from me. Asna cursed as she glanced at Thor, who was giving her flirty winks from the window of his house that resembled an upside-down silver hammer. "I will see what I can do about your first request," Felix said, utterly ignoring her second request. He would rather go commando in the ruins without Asna than hang out with that troublemaker again. After saying so, Felix turned deaf ears to Asna's complaints about Thor's harassment and restarted the discussion about the ruins. "I want you guys to check on the ruins site situation. If it looked like it was completely destroyed and buried under sand, then find a corner and hide deeply in it until I arrive 2 weeks later," Felix ordered. "If the site isn't destroyed?" Samir wondered. "Carry the pirate's job and be careful about destroying the area above the tunnel or the elevator." Felix looked at them solemnly. "We need to be through, so if anyone came, they would leave after believing that the entrance had been destroyed." "Understood, sir." The moment Felix heard their unified response, he gave them a slight head nod and broke into light particles, returning to the real world. It was time to prepare for his grand escape under the noses of all his enemies. He needed to make sure that his absence wouldn't be noticed, since he would be returning again for the experiment. So, it would be tough, but Felix already had some ideas on how to pull it off. Chapter 584, The Plan. "For this plan to work, I need a copy of myself and Sage Dalalia's help," Felix requested politely. "Elder, mind creating another copy?" "Sure." Lady Sphinx agreed calmly. "Thanks." Felix smiled pleasantly, since the copy was a must part of his plan. Soon, Felix went to the bathroom and remained there for more than half an hour, doing nothing but making sure to empty his bowels. When he was done, he flushed the water and cleaned his hands thoroughly. Then, he went back to the toilet seat and stuck his finger deep in his throat until his gag reflexes made sure to help him empty everything left in his stomach. "The things I have to do to use one ability." Felix cleaned his mouth with a disgruntled expression. "I really need to learn how to destroy the food and waste inside my body without relying on such methods." Now that he was done, Felix left the bathroom and contacted Sage Dalalia, requesting the same army convey to escort him back to the castle. When she agreed, Felix coughed and informed her, "Elder, I might need your help to leave the planet." "Leave the planet? Are you insane?" Sage Dalalia immediately rejected. "No, I can't allow you to leave when you are being pursued heavily. If you died, all of my master's efforts on you will be wasted." Felix already knew that Sage Dalalia didn't really care about his well-being but her master's plans and benefits. Currently, Felix was bringing tons of benefits in the games as he had bested 2 champions. "Sorry, but I must leave." Felix stressed, "I have already received permission from Master." Upon hearing so, Sage Dalalia swiftly asked Lady Sphinx's copy in her mind. "Yep, he is free to go. But..." "No buts, if you are worried that much, make sure to help him thoroughly in his plan." "Sigh, all right, I will see what I can do." Sage Dalalia complied. "Speak, what do you want from me?" Sage Dalalia's tone wasn't that friendly anymore. Felix didn't care about it one bit as he began listing the things he needed. "First, I need the drawn map of the military base, showing only a path to the safest exit from the place where the convoy would park. In addition, I want a valid soldier ID to disguise myself in the base. Lastly, I want to enter the spaceport without getting scanned or verified." "Is that all?" "Yes." "How about your plan?" Sage Dalalia inquired. Felix didn't hesitate to fill her in with the details of his escape, fully confident that she wouldn't betray him and expose his plan to his enemies. After all, she was under brutal scrutiny by Lady Sphinx in her mind. After hearing his complex plan and the way he wanted to escape, Sage Dalalia could only offer speechlessly, "Isn't it better to simply take you by a spaceship while accompanied by an army fleet to your destination?" The casual way she said it, made it sound like getting such a thing done was nothing to her. As much as it was tempting, Felix still rejected her offer. "No, it's too high profile. I want to get inside and outside of the planet without anyone knowing about it." You better make your plan work then. Sage Dalilah warned with a strict tone before hanging up. Now that he got that out of the way, Felix went to the mirror and beamed his academy's official uniform and wore it. Then, he waited patiently for Sage Dalilah to come through with her part. In a few minutes, he got an email with an attachment of the map, a valid soldier ID, a valid excuse in case he got asked, and lastly the approval of the spaceport matter. Felix extended the holographic map and began studying it silently. He spent 1 hour on it, mapping out additional paths in case the one Sage Dalilah gave him didn't work out. He also worked on the soldier ID to perfect the resemblance. After he was done, he left his dorm room clean and empty, knowing that he would not be returning for a long while. In a short while, Felix had reached the entrance of the campus and stood near it, waiting patiently for the escort squad to arrive. He made sure to stand in the most conspicuous place in the area. "Boss, the target is planning on leaving the campus." An old woman with a wrinkled forehead spoke telepathically while controlling a small cleaning machine on the sidewalk. She was glancing at Felix once in a while to not make it obvious that she was stalking him. "Good work, you can expect the same amount to be in your brother's account in 15 minutes if the target left the campus." The Queen delivered this message without telling the name of the sender. The janitor lady thanked the man/woman and kept doing her own job naturally. She wasn't the only one reporting the news. Felix had spotted at least 10 people were giving him sneaky glances. Most of them were witches, making it impossible to know if they were selling his position or simply interested in him. Whatever it was, Felix was preferred to have more eyes on him to make sure that everyone sees the entire process of him leaving the campus then returning. Some time later, the army convoy arrived grandly as always above the entrance of the campus. Everyone saw that Felix hopped inside the vehicle in the middle. Then, the convoy took off towards the castle as usual. When the news got delivered to the patrons, they were left disappointed and frustrated. They knew that it was impossible to make a move on him with such protection. The only reason they hadn't given up yet was that their superiors believed that Felix was bound to make a mistake sooner or later. Alas, so far Felix was as careful as someone who's treading on a thin rope. Before long, the convoy reached the castle and Felix could be seen jumping outside of the vehicle. Then, he went inside the castle while the convoy remained to wait for him. The hired scouts were eyeing everything with penetrating vision while sitting either in front of windows, cafes, in shops, etc. All of them had monstrous visions, allowing them to check on Felix thoroughly when he enters and leaves. So, when they saw him leaving after spending only 5 minutes inside, they could only shake their heads in frustration. The idea of him going in and leaves as he pleases while knowing that he had millions of wanting a piece of him made them feel like he was mocking their passiveness. The target is returning to the campus. Everyone sent this message to their superiors after seeing Felix getting inside the vehicle then heading in direction of the campus. Just to be sure, they sent hidden hovercars following them from afar to not get spotted. After they reached the campus, they noticed that Felix had exited the vehicle and walked away with his hands in his pockets. "It's another bust, let's head back." One of them waved his hand at the driver while sighing disappointedly. The rest of the cars all retreated, fearing that they might get noticed and hunted down. Just because they hadn't attacked Felix yet, it didn't mean that they were safe. While the moles inside the campus kept reporting Felix's current whereabouts in the campus, the army convoy was currently heading back to their military base in the main city. When they got inside and parked in their rightful lot, the soldiers stepped off the vehicles and marched back to their stations. "I am not sensing anyone nearby. I guess they have left," Felix thought to himself in utter darkness, not having a single idea what's going on in the outside world. That's because he had transmuted into an electrical charge and connected himself with a tiny wire on the floor of the vehicle. When Felix had first entered the castle, he transmuted into an electrical charge and attached himself with a tiny wire inside his copy's hand. The moment they got inside, Lady Sphinx ordered the copy to open its hand, allowing the wire to drop in the ground, unbeknownst to anyone. Even the soldiers, sitting beside Felix, They simply focused on delivering the copy to the campus. When they saw through its end, they returned to base, taking the real Felix with them. This took more than 10 minutes. Meaning that Felix was in an electrical form for such a long period. Thankfully, he had Asna's purified energy, helping him with the consumption. I might be in the military base right now. I need to sneak outside without being noticed. Otherwise, a mole might expose me to my enemies and I can never use this method again. Felix contemplated. Although it's a military base, making it almost impossible for a mole to be within it, Felix had nothing to lose by playing it safe. Hopefully, my preparation to counter the transmutation are enough. Felix wished softly before deactivating the ability, allowing his body, AP bracelet, and clothes to get transmitted back to their normal size. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt like the world was spinning around him while his gag reflexes kept hitting him over and over again. But, Felix kept his mouth shut at all costs. Those nauseating feelings remained with him for more than 5 seconds before withdrawing slowly. Finally, Felix coughed while covering his mouth. When he was done, he rubbed his eyes to clean up the fogginess and glanced outside of the vehicle window. Damn, this is what I call a military base. Felix exclaimed with an odd tone after laying his eyes on the glorious appearance of the base. Chapter 585, Escape. Unlike the Victorian-era style of architecture that the Witch Empire utilizes, the military base appeared like a silver metallic futuristic city. The buildings weren't tall enough to pierce the sky but they were big enough, they almost reached the height of the Queen's palace. There were multiple hover vehicles of all shapes and sizes, flying tens of meters in the sky. Meanwhile below, the hover platforms were dominating as the base staff was going back and forth from a building to another. On the other hand, the soldiers were marching on foot while in their uniforms. The majority of them were orcs, kobolds, giants, and other battle-oriented races. Felix even spotted a few humans with visible mutations, making him guess that they had a high level of integration. Although the scene appeared a bit crowded, Felix couldn't help but notice a sense of order and harmony between everyone. Hopefully, no one approaches me. Felix quickly opened up the door of the vehicle and stepped outside. He was wearing the same clothes as the soldiers. Brown mud boots, azure uniform mixed with ash-gray color, and lastly a sun hat. Meanwhile, he had a disguise of another human soldier, who had a tough-looking face and the same height as him, making the disguise much easier. It's time to move. Felix took a deep breath and hardened his expression, appearing quite terrifying with his new face. Then, he walked casually and confidently towards the mapped-out exit. Because his disguise actually belonged to no one, he did attract some curious eyes, thinking that he might be a new soldier. Felix would rather have those looks than have a disguise of a known soldier. At least, he would avoid conversation with his pals. Before long, Felix reached one of the side gates in the base. No one spoke to him or approached to identify him. It wasn't because they were careless but because they knew that every place in the base requires an ID verification. Even exiting requires it. So, the moment an intruder manages to sneak inside, he would be trapped in public spaces. This is truly the best gate to leave from. Felix nodded his head slightly in satisfaction after seeing that the gate was the least populated. There were only 3 soldiers in front of it, having their ID checked in by a staff member. Felix walked confidently towards it and lined up behind them. The soldier in front of him turned his head after feeling a dreadful pressure behind him. When he saw Felix's tough-looking face, he quickly focused in front of him, not wanting to start any trouble with him. In a short moment, Felix's turn had arrived. He stepped next to the staff and placed his bracelet above a scanner. I have never seen him before. The staff member thought with a suspicious look as he eyed Felix scan his bracelet. In less than a second, a holographic legit soldier ID was manifested before the staff. He checked it thoroughly. He knew that what he was doing was over the top since if the ID was fake, the scanner wouldn't even accept it. May I ask where are you heading? The staff inquired after not finding fault with the ID. On a classified mission. Felix asked, "Want me to tell you its details?" No. The staff member shook his extended hands vehemently. He wasn't that retarded to dig this deep, since he would be placed in big trouble if the superiors got wind of this. However, that suspicious feeling refused to go away. For staff to get hired in this position, it only meant that their intuition needs to be on point to keep the base safe. When Felix saw that he was still not getting permission to leave, he knew that he needed to make the first move. "Is there a problem?" Felix spoke while eyeing the staff coldly. He released a bit of pressure on the staff to remove any idea that he had about messing with him. The card was legit, and anything that the staff does next would be considered as a direct provocation to Felix, who's now a real soldier. The staff clearly wanted none of this in his life. He hastily stamped the ID with green light and said with a forced polite smile, No problem, you can head out." Felix gave him a slight head nod and walked outside of the base. Knowing that he was still being watched, Felix stayed in character as he walked further and further away. When he finally got out of the staff's sight and checked with his infrared vision that no one was nearby, he removed the mask from his face and beamed another one. After placing it on his face, he pointed his bracelet on it and the mask began to morph and change color by itself. It took it less than 3 seconds before Felix had received a brand new face. This time, he appeared like an average male who would be ignored even if he was the only one standing in the room. To add to that averageness feeling, Felix had changed his clothes entirely and wore a backpack. It entailed that he was poor enough to not own the cheapest spatial card that costs a couple of millions. Then, he rejoined the busy pedestrians and walked to the taxi station. Next destination, the spaceport. Felix smirked faintly as he merged within the crowd. 3 hours later, Felix was sitting in the Dark Deviant's cockpit. He was just in the process of removing the facial disguise. The moment he ripped it away, he massaged his face while complaining, "Having it for 3 hours straight sure turned my face as hard as a rock. More like as hard as your brain." Asna started nagging again, "If you weren't that stubborn, you would have agreed on Dalilai's offer and let a fleet escort you instead of wasting 3 hours in that dreadful spaceport." 3 hours isn't that bad compared to what I experienced in my previous life. Felix shrugged his shoulders carelessly. If Dalilai didn't give him permission to go inside the spaceport from the back door, he would have actually wasted more than 5 hours just to wait for his turn to enter it. Then, spend a couple of hours more in a queue for the space elevator. When he reaches the space station, he would be required to wait yet again for an empty docking place for his spaceship to connect with the space station. So 3 hours was truly bearable. Now that he was in his spaceship, he felt that everything he did was worth it. He was on his way to his squad while his enemies were still camping the castle and the campus like morons. Only when the moles failed to see Felix in the upcoming days would they notify their superiors. When the witches began talking about Felix's absence in the classes, that's when the superiors would realize that something was off. Alas, realizing something was off and knowing what it was, were two different matters. "You better attend the UVR's classes at least," Lady Sphinx suddenly warned. "After you return from the ruins, you will immediately consume everything and enters another slumber that would last until the exams passed. So, better make sure to prepare in your journey." "Will do," Felix ensured. Lady Sphinx had already spoken with the headmistress and informed her about Felix's absence. Since he wouldn't be on a mission, he had been given permission to rely either on the ghosting feature for the history and theoretical classes while using the UVR for his practical classes. Just like that, Felix would still be attending the classes while being millions of light years away. This special permission wasn't given to everyone, so the witches would remain inside the campus. An environment built specifically to enhance their learning in real life instead of making everything virtual. Soon, the Dark Deviant passed through the last custom checkpoint. Upon seeing the infinite darkness before him, Felix beamed 10 sealed containers and opened them up. They weren't filled with food but actually C-grade natural treasures from different affinities. He opened them up and began wolfing down one by one until nothing remained. He simply felt like he was filled but not bloated, making him understand that he was still far from reaching the second mark. It will happen soon, very soon. He smiled faintly and left the cockpit, heading towards his room. When he entered the VR pod, he requested the Queen to take him towards the closest VIP wormhole, leading to the wormhole expressway that was connected with the Guardian Empire. The journey wouldn't be as long as the last time due to the location of the ruins being only a couple of days away from another VIP wormhole. The moment Felix was notified that the spaceship was going at the speed of light, Felix contacted Fatty Bodadai. In exactly 16 days later, I want you to be near the Guardian Empire's main VIP wormhole that's connected with the Witch Empire. Felix stressed with a solemn tone, understood. I will charge you 100 KSC for each hour that you are late. Fatty Bodadai said with a wicked laugh. Fine, just get it done. Felix hung up on him, not wanting to waste bickering over a couple of 100,000. Then, he wore his academy outfit and started preparing for a practical class while concocting some bullshit excuse to feed the girls why he wouldn't be attending the classes in real life. How about I tell them my grandfather died and I am busy preparing his funeral to leave my room? Felix scratched his chin at the thought. Meanwhile, in a pizzeria restaurant in the UVR, Robert suddenly sneezed out of nowhere and looked at the staff warily. Which bastard wants me dead? Chapter 586, Arrival. 7 days later. Class dismissed. Don't forget to do your homework, the exams are getting nearer and nearer. Teacher Jamila shouted behind the podium, hoping that her voice would reach them amidst their noisy chatter. Say Felix, how about we hit the bar tonight? Naima proposed while hugging a book. Felix glanced at the time and rejected apologetically, got stuff to do tonight as well. Humph, you always have something to do. Naima pouted. Maybe later. Not wanting to remain and deal with her tantrum again, Felix waved his hand at the girls and started breaking into light particles. You running again, you prick. Annoyed, Naima punched the light particles under the giggle of her friends. Felix didn't hear her as he was already inside his bedroom. The first thing he did was ask the Queen, are we close to the VIP wormhole? We will reach it in 5 minutes. Good. Felix nodded his head and dialed Fatty Bodadai. When the call got connected, he asked, are you waiting near the wormhole as I said? Yes, I have been waiting for 4 hours already, when are you going to arrive? Fatty Bodadai replied impatiently. I will be there in 5 minutes. Felix notified him and hung up. Then, he called Malik to check on the squad and the ruins. So far so good Sir Felix. Malik ensured, no one has approached the planet. Keep your guards up, if someone is going to come, he should arrive in the next 8 days. Felix warned. Will do. Felix said his goodbyes and hung up on her as well. Hopefully, those pirates and Momo keep the coordinates to themselves. Felix wished softly, having no intentions of dealing with another nuisance. In a short while, the Queen had informed Felix that they had gone through the wormhole successfully. Please park 3,000 kilometers away from the wormhole. Felix requested. Since the spaceship wasn't going at the speed of light anymore, it took a minute to reach the destination. The moment the spaceship had stopped, Felix logged out and sent the coordinates to Bodadai. After waiting for a few seconds, a tear in space abruptly manifested in the bedroom, causing the air to get sucked right inside while the furniture starts shaking. Only when Bodadai's shiny blue scally head emerged from the hole did the room return to its natural state. Bodadai pushed himself swiftly through the hole and began hovering in the middle of the room. He was so thin, Felix had trouble believing that it was him. Previously, he appeared like a round fat worm, but now? He resembled a blue twig. Bodadai? He asked while examining him with a disbelieving look. What? Bodadai's antenna focused on Felix. I told you to lose some weight, not all of it. Felix rubbed his eyebrows and sighed, so you either get too fat or too thin. There is no middle in your dictionary or what? Where is the money to feed myself, you prick? Badadai snapped instantly. You better ask yourself that question. Felix said while extending his hand, gimme my stuff and let's go eat something in the cafeteria. You make me feel bad for you. The instant he heard so, Badadai beamed a spatial card and swiftly handed it to Felix. Then, he asked excitedly, where is the cafeteria? Follow me. Felix ordered the symbiote skin to clutch his feet and take him to the cafeteria. Then, he installed the spatial card given to him and began checking on the natural treasures inside. Upon noticing that everything was in its place, Felix nodded his head in satisfaction and wired 70 billion SC to Malik so she could split it with the squad. He didn't want them to know that it was from him but from the organization. So, it was only normal to wire them the money after the organization gets its hands on the treasures. Then, he sent Badadai's his own payment. But, the moron didn't even notice the notification as he was focused only on the empty cafeteria before them. Food. Just like an excited child, Badadai hovered swiftly towards a table then took a seat. He pressed on the menu with his antenna and began ordering anything that caught his attention. Felix let him indulge himself freely as he chose another table to sit in. He didn't order anything to eat but he did beam all the natural treasures on the ground. Then, he removed Badadai's spatial card and installed his own. After doing so, he beamed everything inside besides one sealed container. He smiled widely and brought it to his lap. Then, he opened it up and couldn't help but inhale deeply after his nose was assaulted with a bewitching aroma. It was coming from a citric yellow flower that didn't have a stem. It had only hair-like roots attached straight to the flower, appearing like a jellyfish. After enjoying the smell for a few seconds, Felix closed his eyes shut and gulped down the flower in one go, not bothering to even chew it. The smell might be good but it didn't mean that the state would be heavenly as well. A-grade treasures are sure in a different league. Felix smiled while patting his stomach in satisfaction, appearing as he had just eaten a full chicken. Elder, how much should I eat if I want to enter just a 7 days slumber? Felix inquired. This was the reason why he had Badadai get him the treasures halfway instead of simply waiting until he groups up with the squad and picks them up. Any chance to increase his strength shouldn't be postponed lest he ends up regretting it. I believe 3. But just to be safe, consume another 2. Lady Sphinx advised. Felix thanked Lady Sphinx and beamed 2 more A-grade natural treasures. Before his face were 2 treasures worth at least 30+ billion in auctions. Yet, Felix simply shoved them inside his mouth and gulped them with a sour expression. The taste was 5 times sourer than lemons. Felix swiftly beamed a water bottle and drank only a few sips. Then, he cleaned his mouth with his sleeve and went to Badadai who had just gotten served by dozen bot waiters. Felix's eyelids twitched upon seeing the tens of dishes getting placed on the table one by one. Though, he didn't comment on it and simply asked, did you ask around about the intergalactical exam or prepare for it yet? I have asked around and gathered some intel about it. Badadai spoke telepathically while opening his thin mouth widely, exposing a black hole. Then, he literally sucked everything on the table within it. The forks, plates, food, drinks. Nothing remained on the table. The bot's waiters, who were still placing dishes, were frozen in their places, not knowing what had just happened and what do next. Mother Fasterisker, no wonder he is getting fat. Felix facepalmed at the sight and felt too tired to bother with Badadai's eating habits at this moment. So, he acted like he saw nothing and asked, what did you learn? First, the exam happens always on the 1st of each month. Second, only delivery worms who had been in the field for at least a year can participate in it. And lastly, only 1% passes the exam. 1%? It's even harder than I expected. Felix frowned his eyebrows. 1% would have been doable if the participants aren't mostly a bunch of repeaters who take the exams every month. Oof, that's tough. Felix lost a bit of faith in Badadai the moment he heard so. It was already difficult for Alhadi to pass the exam with his learning disability. Now, he needed to contest against repeaters? Felix didn't have a single doubt that Alhadi would be failing at least in the next 12 exams. Just do your best to prepare for them. As I said, it didn't matter if you passed now or in 5 years, our deal would still be on the table. Felix assured him. Don't worry, boss. I'm already studying and practicing for it. Alhadi said with a confident tone. Good, I will be leaving now. Don't empty my entire stock or I will beat you up. Felix warned before standing up. Then, he stepped on the moving elevator and went towards his room. When he reached it, he got in the VR pod and slept on it without bothering to log into the UVR. The pod was even comfier than a bed. 9 days later, Asna and the rest were all seated at a round table inside the consciousness space, playing Uno cards to pass time. Is anyone going to wake him up? Thor asked while staring at his cards. Sphinx should do it, her predictions are always wrong. Hormungandr said while placing a card in the middle. My prediction was correct. Lady Sphinx defended herself as usual. It's not my problem if that little thief doesn't want to wake up on his own. Well, the natural treasure's energy has already been absorbed. So, he should wake up at any moment now. Asna shared her own piece. Just as Hormungandr wanted to reply, they heard the Queen's voice resound in Felix's mind. Sir Felix, we are about to arrive at the Shurima planet. Sure enough, the little golden planet could be seen from the cockpit window of the spaceship after its speed had been reduced to supersonic. Felix was the one naming it as such due to the only thing being within it were the ruins. We arrived. Felix yawned while opening up his muddled eyes, feeling like he had a nasty hangover. Felix beamed 2 rejuvenation potions and drank them. After feeling refreshed, he remained in his place until the Queen informed him that the spaceship had stopped 100 kilometers away from the planet. The first thing that Felix did was send a message to Malak. I have arrived, can you detect my spaceship? Chapter 587, Preparation for the Second Round. In the Northern Sentinel cockpit, Malak's eyes widened after hearing Felix's message. She quickly asked Samir, do you see anything on the radar? No. Samir answered while glancing at the radar's empty screen. Upon hearing so, Malak sent a telepathic message to Felix. Sir Felix, we can't spot you. Are you still far away? I believe I am only 100 kilometers away from the atmosphere. Felix replied. 100 kilometers. Malak had a bit of difficulty believing it. Especially when she could see that the radar was still picking nothing. When the pirates arrived, the radar picked their existence from thousands of miles away. That's how good the spaceship's surveillance system. Alas, against the dark deviant surveillance system, it was still considered crap. If you can't locate me from such distance, it only means that we need to upgrade the Northern Sentinel's surveillance system as fast as possible. Felix said. It was much better to discover one's own spaceship's weaknesses and try to fix them before the enemy take advantage of them. At this moment, the Northern Sentinel had faced only pirates with their crappy spaceships. But, when they end up facing bloodline clans and other strong backgrounds fleets, they would be placed in a bad spot. I couldn't agree more. Malak supported. All right, I have turned off the anti-surveillance system, I believe you can see me now. Felix inquired. Malak looked at the radar and nodded her head after spotting a grey dot. We do. I will group up with you now, tell Samir not to fire at me. Felix informed while requesting the Queen to increase the speed towards them. Unlike them, his radar picked them up the moment the spaceship stopped. While the spaceship was on its way, Felix focused on his newfound strength. He felt that he had improved somewhat drastically when compared to the daily doses he was taking. Those C-grade natural treasures were helping him gain 50 BF on daily basis. But after eating those 3 A-grade treasures, he felt like his strength had grown by at least 2,500 BF. This pushed him past the 20k BF mark. I believe I still have 5000 BF more to cover to reach the limit of the second mark. Felix unclutched his fist and switched his vision to the front window that was showing him a gigantic silver cubic spaceship. The size between the two was incomparable. It was to be expected since Felix's spaceship was purchased at only 180 million, unlike the $1.5 billion spent on the Northern Sentinel. If it wasn't for Felix's modification on his own spaceship, adding the red plasma divine judgment weapon, and also coating it with symbiote skin, it would be just a common spaceship with a top-notch surveillance system. Let's meet near the ruins site, Felix proposed while requesting the Queen to head downward. Malik told Samir to do the same and both spaceships raced to the ruins. When they penetrated the atmosphere and reached the lower air, Felix stopped his spaceship 30 kilometers above the ground and took out the scouting aircraft. When he got out, he told the Queen to take his spaceship to the exosphere and leave it there hidden. In his eyes, there was no need for both spaceships to remain on the ground. Better keep his own in space so it would be able to scout for incoming fleets beforehand and even use the divine judgment to scare them off. In a short while, Felix and the rest had met 100 meters away from the site. All of them were wearing spacesuits and helmets. Thankfully, it was the evening, sparing them from the hellish heat. "Boss, I hope you had a safe journey," Kadri said while bowing his head slightly in respect. Jones and the rest did the same after feeling some pressure being released from Felix unbeknownst to him. This was caused by his continuous increase in strength. His pressure was actually nothing compared to dragons and other superior races who could make one have his face planted against the ground by just a single glance. Enough formalities, let's head back to the Northern Sentinel and discuss our next move. Felix waved his hand in a carefree manner and walked in front of them. Some time later, they grouped in the conference room, and this team the head seat belonged to Felix while Malik sat to his right. "I have noticed that the entire site had disappeared when I looked from my aircraft. Good work on that one," Felix praised, then asked, "Did you spot any tomb screamer leaves the premise?" "Thousands of them actually escaped," Malik informed while showing him holographic pictures of those golden butterflies brightening the darkness of the night as they headed to an unknown direction like a flock. "They don't pose much danger to us even if they returned." Felix manifested a hologram of the ruins and pointed his finger at the elevator's marked position. Then, he began explaining their plan. "In 2 hours, we will be entering through the elevator. We will retrace our steps to the herbal garden and clean up everything that's left. Then, we will aim straight to the third treasury. Since it's the last one, it must be stacked with treasures far better than the herbal garden, right boss?" Eric asked with an eager expression. When Felix saw the looks of anticipation in everyone's faces, he decided to come clean right now lest he ends up killing them inside. "I don't know," Felix said truthfully. "Hey! Didn't the organization tell you the third treasury's intel?" One by one, they asked questions with agitated looks, knowing that going in without prior information was going to increase the difficulty by tenfolds when compared to the previous exploration. The organization's squad managed to get inside the treasury, but they didn't find any treasures in it but just troubles. Because of their low numbers, they decided to retreat with the profit from the herbal garden instead of risking it for unknown treasures. Felix mixed some lies with the truth and served it to them. What he described was actually what happened to the pirates. They already had few members and ended up losing a couple more in the third treasury. Thankfully, they had an exit in the treasury, helping them escape with at least the gathered natural treasures. So, the third treasury was truly a mystery to even Felix, and with the bit of knowledge that he had about it, he planned on seeking out the treasures it hid. He was confident that there was something amazing inside due to the difficulty being the highest in the entire ruins. "Damn, we don't even have a slime to be our vanguard anymore." Kadri clicked his tongue in annoyance after being reminded of Momo. "Just take bots with you." Felix beamed a four-wheeled silver machine that had a camera on its head and said, "It might get fooled by illusions but it will serve as the perfect trap activator." "Yes. Now that we have the boss with us, we won't be affected by illusions, which meant bots would do the trick. Jones said with an enlivened tone. Bots rarely get used to scouting the ruins due to slimes being simply 100 times much better. They do everything that bots were capable of. Plus, the things that bots couldn't do. But with the current ongoing situation going with slimes, anyone would take the obedient bots any day and any time. Go prepare yourselves. Felix clapped his hands twice and said, let's this over with before someone comes and ruin the party for us again. Everyone nodded their heads and spread out. Some went to meditate, some went to play games, and some went to read. Each had their own unique method of mental preparation and Felix left them to it. Unlike them, he logged into the UVR and went to Hormongondra's UVR room to spend those 2 hours, bathing in the poison swamp. He never stopped doing this to increase his affinity with poison so he could actually use external poisonous abilities in his fights. So far, the progress had been going too slow and Hormongondra had explained to him that it wasn't just his talent alone affecting this but actually the virtual aspect of the affinity. The Queen might have copied the poisonous particles to a terrifying degree but at the end of the day, it is still just a virtual copy. If I want my affinity to increase noticeably, I need to build my own herbal garden, filled with nothing but A-grade poisonous natural treasures. Felix smiled bitterly. How am I supposed to do that when I eat those treasures for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? The worst part, he realized that he would be facing the same issue with the lightning element and the upcoming other elements. He didn't dare to think about what he would need to do if he used a rare element, like space, time, void, destructions, etc., in his third stage of replacement. The resources needed to keep Felix moving up and up were simply enough to make an entire empire bankrupt. Alas, this was the price needed for a human being to break the chains imposed on him by the universe and be seated with the greats at the peak of the pyramid. Chapter 588, Finding an Alternative Way to Increase Potion Affinity. Before long, the 2 hours of preparation had passed by, and the squad had gathered in front of the spaceship's entrance, looking all sharp and focused. Without a single word spoken, they all headed outside and rode on their hover platforms towards the elevator's coordinates. Due to the illusion cast on it, they couldn't see anything but the golden sand and dunes. But Asna was able to see a long brownish cylinder tower without a peak, standing tall all by itself in the middle of nowhere. When they reached the location, they slowed their speed, in fear of crashing into it. While the others kept looking around with penetrating eyes, hoping to spot it, Felix was getting guided to it by Asna. It's here, guys. Felix informed while placing his hand on its invisible wall. The squad stood near him and extended their hands to touch it as well. After feeling it, they couldn't help but marvel at the owner of the ruins to create such an everlasting effective illusion. I will go up first to scout. Felix disclosed while using his hover platform to speed up vertically. The hover platforms were using the same anti-gravitational system as in the hover cars, making them able to go anywhere as long as there was a surface. In a few seconds, Felix was stopped by Asna after he was about to reach the peak. Felix used the nanobots on his feet to clutch tightly into the platform, so he wouldn't fall down when it stops. What do you see? He asked Asna. It's closed again. Asna replied while looking at the sealed-shut ceiling of the tower. Do you see any button, handle, riddle, or anything that could help open it from the outside? Felix inquired. Nope. I guess violence it is. Felix looked down and requested, Malik come up and try to melt the ceiling. Whoosh! Malik summoned her 2 gorgeous blue flaming wings and flew towards him. When she reached his side, Felix pointed at the ceiling position and gave her some space. Malik went and stood on the ceiling, then she leaned closer and placed both of her hands on the invisible metallic surface. Without a single ounce of hesitation, she manifested 2 fireballs while still having her hands affixed with the ceiling. This caused the flames to spread outward instead of shaping up like balls. They kept spreading until they covered the entire ceiling, dyeing it completely blue. Even those below noticed quite clearly. No one spoke as they were too nervous by the notion of the ceiling being made out of another extremely durable material. When Melissa scouted the ceiling during their escape, she mentioned that it was breakable due to appearing just like steel metal. But, the ceiling opened up before they could test it out. So, there were some doubts in the air. I think it's starting to melt. Malik abruptly shared with a hint of doubt in her tone. Since she couldn't see, she could only comment based on her feelings. Right now, she was feeling like her hands were sinking slightly. In a few more seconds, her belief turned into certainty after the position she was standing on began to sink as well. It's working, guys, prepare for entry. Malik informed while flying slightly above the ceiling, working that she might end up falling down. The first obstacle has been dealt with. Hopefully, everything goes this smoothly. The squad high-fived in cheerfulness while they kept watching Malik continue her work. Before long, they began to see molten blue drops falling down akin to rain, making them realize that the ceiling had been breached. Yet, Malik didn't stop by just creating a hole for entry but continued melting it until nothing left. Who knows if the ceiling would fail when they began using the elevator to climb up. Well done, Malik. Felix praised with a pleased smile as he watched Malik panting inside the helmet. It seemed like the material was truly top-notch as well. It might not be as tough as Strucrace, but to make a primogenitor pant like this only meant that it was a challenging battle. Felix doubted they would have managed to melt it if it was an ordinary fire elementalist. This was the reason why having primogenitor bloodliners from different unused elements would be a boon to Felix always. Move out! Felix ordered while being the first to jump inside the invisible hole, making him appear like he was free-falling in the eyes of his squad mates. When Felix was about to reach the ground, he simply used his electrical pull against the walls to force himself to stop. Unlike the others, he was able to see the walls clearly, like the illusion was cast only on the outside. Not planning to waste any more time, Eric and the rest used their own methods of accessing the tower. In a few moments, everyone was gathered at the platform that was affected negatively by the molten materials falling on it. It appeared like 70% of it was melted as well and merged with the molten materials. However, no one cared about it that much since they could use other alternatives to reach the surface. For now, they focused on tracing down their steps towards the herbal garden inside the maze. Thankfully, that wasn't that hard with Felix's perfect memory and the recordings. In less than 2 minutes, they were back before the 3 colored gates. All of them were closed shut. Felix walked towards the golden gate in the middle and said the term yes in hieroglyphics. Without any sudden complications, the gate opened up slowly, allowing the squad to have their eyes feast on what remained of the garden. If compared to what they had harvested, it wouldn't even come close to 40%. Boys and girls. Felix clapped his hands twice with a faint grin and said, I don't want to see a single grass blade left behind. Eric and the rest looked at each other with clear eagerness and anticipation in their eyes. Then, they immediately dashed towards the glass garden and chose an area of their own. They beamed their harvesting tool and started working on the natural treasures carefully, not wanting to ruin them as they did before in their rush. Meanwhile, Felix kept walking inside the garden with his eyes closed shut, feeling like he was stepping on the immortal land. Because he had 100% sand affinity, he could sense the sand particles all around him like he was buried deep within a dune. This feeling is actually almost on par with what he was experiencing in the virtual poison swamp. The fact that I can reach the same level of sensitivity in less than 5 seconds sure makes it apparent that virtual training of affinities is crap. Felix smiled bitterly after recalling the hundreds of hours spent in the virtual poison swamp. Hundreds of hours of hard work could be crossed in few seconds. That's the most demotivating news one could hear in his life. Felix was only a human. He could get demotivated as well when he sees that the hours spent in practice were simply wasted forever. Kid, unless you have a method to build your own garden to train on, then you have only 2 options to increase your affinity. Hormungandr said calmly, be born as a gifted in poison or spend years just like the rest, using the UVR's resources and some real-world areas where poison element in its highest. Upon hearing so, Felix suddenly jolted in his place and asked, "Elder, you are the poison primogenitor. It's impossible for you to not have a location in the universe where poison element is dominating other elements." "You are right, I do know not just a few places but many of them." Hormungandr sighed, "However, I don't know if they survived the passage of time or not since it had been billions of years when I last paid them a visit. Maybe Lady Sphinx or the Queen could help us with the elimination process until we find a good location for me to train in," Felix suggested. "I am not too familiar with poisonous areas in the universe. The ones I know are probably already been taken by other backgrounds," Lady Sphinx informed. It was only natural that most locations with thick elemental energies get secured by strong backgrounds for either their resources or simply to send the juniors to train in them so their affinity would rise substantially in the process. For example, the Shadow Realm was being monopolized by the Shadowborn race. They were one of the strongest 30 races in the universe simply because their juniors get sent at an early age to learn within it. "Elder, can you inform the Queen with some locations' names to see if they are still around or have been taken yet?" Felix requested. Hormungandr agreed to it and began throwing out a name after another while the Queen kept repeating that it wasn't registered in her database. This lasted for more than 30 seconds until the Queen suddenly said, "Miasmic volcano is within the database. Should I divulge its details?" "Please," Felix said with an eager tone. "Miasmic volcano has been found by the Brownfoot family in the Dwarven Empire. It's currently open to the public but with fees charged based on 1 hour. How much will it cost for me to stay there for at least half a year?" Felix inquired. 1 hour cost 5 million SC, so you should expect to pay 21,900,000,000 SC. What ****ing rip-off? Felix instantly cursed, feeling his heart getting torn apart just by the thought of paying such a massive amount for a chance of increasing his poison affinity. Who knows if it might take him years even then. Felix wasn't ready for such a wasteful investment. "Elder, if you still recall the exact coordinates of those unregistered poisonous locations, I would like to target them first," Felix said with his eyes narrowed. He felt that it was more worthwhile to seek those locations that might exist in this era or not than spend hundreds of billions for the next couple of years on a public location that might be already losing its edge. After all, anything remaining public for so long couldn't survive getting polluted by the people. That's just a fact. Chapter 589, The Mystry of the Empty Hall. Before long, Felix and the rest had finished harvesting every natural treasure in the garden, which resulted in destroying its breathtaking beauty. Only Felix and the girls felt that it was a pity for the garden to be turned this way. The rest? They were too CK'd by the tens of natural treasures inside their spatial cards to care about anything. "What's the total?" Felix asked. 35 natural treasure. Malik read from a hologram with a joyful tone, "We have 25 B grades and 10 A grade treasures." Felix wasn't surprised that B grades were dominant since the first time they harvested the garden, he ordered them to prioritize only A grades. Though, B grades were still great as they could be sold and auctioned with 10 billion SC at least. "Good work everyone!" Felix clapped his hands and said, "But let's leave the treasures for later and head to the third treasury, we don't want to waste too much time here." The squad listened obediently and formed a line. Then, they followed Felix outside the bald garden and into the unknown. 15 minutes later, Felix and the squad had reached a decorated staircase that was leading to a wide-open gate. Some of them received an injury or two during the journey due to activating some traps. But nothing that couldn't be healed by rejuvenation potion. "Should we go up? I feel uneasy about this," Malik asked with a worried tone from behind Felix. It wasn't just her who wasn't liking the fact that the gate was open. They would rather have it closed and for Felix to open it by solving riddles. At least, there wouldn't be this sense of forthcoming doom if they dared to enter the gate. After all, who would leave a gate to an important place wide open unless he was fully confident that whoever stepped inside wouldn't see the daylight again. I will go take a look. Don't follow me, Felix said as he climbed the staircase, fully confident that nothing would happen to him as long as he remained outside of the gate. The squad was worried about him, but they listened to his order and stayed put and silent. When he reached the peak, Felix was greeted with the same sight as the one he saw in the documentary. A humongous rusty statue sitting on a throne while surrounded by tens of guardians in armor suits and holding different types of weapons. All of them seemed to be made out of normal rocks instead of structures that never get affected by the environmental hazard or passage of time. The statue on the throne had the head of an alligator and the body of a human. He had his right palm extended forward like he was begging for money. The rest were standing in the same posture, straight and upright. Besides those statues, there was a spacious wide hall and a monolith with the height of a bus in the center. Nothing was written on it. Hell, it actually appeared like a piece of smooth gold capable of reflecting light. Felix ignored the monolith for now and focused on the ceiling that was pointy and sharp. He knew that they were currently standing right in the middle of the golden pyramid, straight below its peak. They had gone a long way from walking below the pyramid to reaching its heart. The exit, is it possible that we can still use it? Felix wondered while narrowing his eyes at the golden peak. In the documentary, the pirates had escaped through the peak after they got too close to it. It happened so fast, Felix didn't know if they had stepped on something to open the peak or it was based on sensory. Whatever it was, the pirates got super lucky since the instant they stepped inside, the gate had closed behind them, leaving them trapped with those statues. Before I trap my squad inside, I need to try and understand what's the purpose of this hall and why is it so important to be placed in the heart of the pyramid. Felix rested his chin on his palm and began pondering on the mysteriousness of the room. He already had analyzed the information given to him by Asna multiple times, yet he could never understand what's the meaning of this room. Why did the owner of the temple build a humongous statue and make it sit on a throne with guardians beside it? Why was he extending his palm like that? What's the purpose of this empty giant monolith that was placed only a few meters behind the peak instead of right below it? So many questions that needed to be solved before Felix could even think of stepping inside. The guardians are placed 5 meters away from each other exactly, creating a sense of order and harmony. Felix thought while surveying the area around him, yet, the monolith wasn't placed in the center of the hall? It somehow broke this sense of order. It's a bit odd. Why do you think so? Asna inquired in intrigue. Think about everything we had gone through in the ruins. Felix knitted his eyebrows. First, we needed to walk at the same time in a triangle shape. Any one off step would result in failure. This implied order and harmony. Then, we have the riddles that are always written at the sides or center of the gate in a straight precise line like a ruler was used. Let's not forget how the hives and the gardens, whether illusionary or real, were positioned precisely in the center of the rooms. Felix started tapping his elbow. Those small details speak volumes about the owner of these ruins being a meticulous person. So, how could he make the mistake of putting this golden monolith a few meters behind the center? If you put it that way, it indeed doesn't make much sense. Asna agreed to his doubts. For a meticulous person, it should be impossible to make such a mistake, and even in a hall that was built in such an important part of the pyramid. This implied that the monolith was meant to be placed few meters back. But why? Since we established that it was intentional, we need to find out the relation between the monolith and everything inside the hall. Felix moved on to focusing on the pyramid's pointy peak. I have no idea how did the pirates open it up, but I am more inclined to believe that it opens automatically if someone got near it too close. Felix reasoned, that what happened with the pirates? This meant the peak wasn't meant to be a secret escape route in the first place. If it wasn't an escape route, then was it a window for light to come through? Asna joked. Just as Felix wanted to scold her for joking in such a serious moment, his eyes widened after he came to a sudden realization. If the peak was meant to be a window for light, this entailed that in ancient times, this temple was supposed to be above the surface. So, when the dawn arrives, the light would come through the peak and land on the monolith due to its positioning. Looking at the reflecting smooth surface of the monolith made Felix realize that the light would be reflected somewhere instead of absorbed. Where? Felix looked at what was in front of the monolith and couldn't help but drew a deep breath in agitation when he saw that it was the extended palm. The first thing that the light would hit would be the statue's palm. Felix had no idea what would happen if the light touched the palm, but his intuition screamed at him that it was going to be what he was looking after. The treasure of the empty hall. Boss, did you get enthralled by the treasures or what? Eric sent a telepathic message after waiting for a couple of minutes without a response from Felix. Everyone was getting antsy and Felix's silence wasn't helping much. No treasures here, but I believe I found a method to bring them to light. Felix murmured while glancing at the peak, we just need to find a way to bring out the light, literally. Felix knew that was going to be extremely difficult due to the temple being buried under the sand and broken pillars. He didn't forget that the entire ruins site had been utterly destroyed by the pirates and them. We need to expose the peak before we even step inside the hall. Felix decided to take it slow and safe. After all, he couldn't have his squad inside the hall while others try to dig the peak out. That's just suicidal since the digging process might last days to weeks. It's not going to be easy, but it had to be done if I want to see what secrets this hall hides from me. Felix narrowed his eyes at the alligator head of the statue and thought, the only thing I am certain of, is that this hall isn't meant for worship. That's to be expected since Lady Sphinx's statue wasn't the one on the throne. Chapter 590, Facing Off the Guardians. 5 hours later. The team had already started the digging process and made some progress towards the pyramid's peak, thanks to Eric's active ability Cosmic Vortex. Because they were digging the rubble and they needed to get quite deep, Eric was allowed to go all out in his abilities. The first 2 hours were just for Eric to spam his wind abilities at the site while constantly recovering his energy from stones. The squad only took it from there when they saw that he had dug more than 10 meters worth of sand and rubble on his own. How long do you think it will take us? Malik inquired while standing near Felix. If we going at this pace, I doubt we will be leaving here in 2 weeks. Felix responded while staring at the squad using shovels and machines to dig. It's too risky to remain here for too long. Malik said. I agree, we need to use that method. Felix sighed and ordered, guys, go empty your spatial cards in your rooms and start using them to dig faster. Felix didn't want to use this method because it requires the spatial cards to be empty so the sand wouldn't touch the items within. It wasn't decent to make others empty their spatial cards because it possesses their secrets and some items that could be spoiled if remained exposed for too long. That's why Felix didn't feel the need to use it the first time since it took only a few days to find the entrance, but not this time. Understood, boss. On it. The squad mates obliged the order obediently since they understood that the situation was time sensitive. In a few minutes, they returned from the spaceship and restarted their work. Eric pointed his AP bracelet at the sand before him and started beaming it like a vacuum inside his spatial card. It didn't even matter if he ended up beaming rubble or big rocks as the spatial card accepts anything lifeless. The rest were doing the same in a 5 meters radius. This was the exact location of the peak and they were digging just around it, not the entire site. In less than a minute, Jones lifted his hand and said, I am full, I am going to unload. Then, he sprinted towards an empty space and began emptying the content of the spatial card freely. One by one, the others started doing the same. When they were done, they head back to repeat the same sequence. 6 days later. Felix could be seen joining in the fun by using 4 AP bracelets and spatial cards to dig the surrounding area. Those were his tenant's bracelets in use. When the squad asked him about them, he simply told them that they were spare bracelets with spatial cards. They bought it in a heartbeat since there wasn't really any other alternative in their minds. We are getting too deep, watch out for sudden collapses. Felix warned everyone as he lifted his head and looked at the depth of the hole they were in. It was being supported by pillars they had dug out. They were being enforced by Nietzsche's vines network that was covering the entire hole. I will reinforce them again. Nietzsche notified while spewing more vines to hold into the pillars and keep the hardened walls remain tough. Those walls were hardened by Jones's water and ice abilities. If it wasn't for him, they would have no way of dealing with the sand collapsing back inside the hole. I am full, I will be back. Felix informed while activating his lightning arcs. Then, he used them to pull himself upward. However, just as he planned on leaving, he heard Eric's loud exclamation, "I think I found it." Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix turned back and jumped inside the hole, using his lightning arcs to slow himself up. The moment he landed, he noticed that everyone was gathered around Eric and they were looking at one place. Felix got inside the pack and glanced downward. He couldn't help but smile widely after seeing a sharp pointy golden tip exposed in the world. "I will expose it fully." Excited, Eric got down on his knees and began removing the sand rapidly with his hands like a dog. In less than 2 minutes, the entire pyramid's peak was exposed. Finally. Thank God, I was starting to think that we were digging in the wrong location. Same. It's too dreadful just to think about it. The squad couldn't explain how relieved and thankful they were to see that golden shimmering peak before them. Tens of hours were spent on digging and they honestly would have snapped a nerve if they found out that the coordinates were wrong. Why isn't it opening up? Felix murmured to himself while touching the smooth surface of Strucrace. Does it react from the inside only or getting close? It isn't the key in the first place. Felix began having some doubts about his theory, but he knew that it wasn't time to question it. That's because the suns were about to rise. For his theory to work, he needed the sunlight to be there when manages to open up the peak. Nietzsche and Jones, stay here and keep the walls enforced. Felix voiced his orders quickly, the rest follow me to the spaceship. We don't know how long those walls would last even with Nietzsche's and Jones' reinforcement. The squad didn't seem like they were requiring a break either, as they had followed Felix outside of the hole and started sprinting towards the spaceship while emptying their AP bracelet from the sand. When they got inside, they went straight to their rooms and filled their spatial cards with their items. Then, they went towards the elevator after throwing 2 boxes worth of elemental stones to Jones and Nietzsche. Some time later, the squad had arrived at the staircase, leading to the empty hall. This time, they all climbed the stairs with Felix while having serious expressions. Felix had already informed them that the Guardians would wake up the moment their feet touches the hall. They weren't easy opponents to deal with in the slightest. When they reached the wide-open gate, Felix ordered them to stop while timing his watch to the exact time when the suns would be high enough to shine at the pyramid's peak. "We have less than 5 minutes. Felix informed the squad of the plan. "Melissa, I need you to find out the method to open the pyramid's peak. Try everything since our lives depend on it. I will see through it," Melissa ensured with a solemn tone. "As for us, we will be dealing with the Guardians." Felix pointed at them and said, "There are more than 10 Guardians around without adding the one sitting on the throne. It's going to be extremely difficult for you guys to kill them, so I need you to focus on buying Melissa time instead of risking your lives to kill one. Understood?" "Yes." Upon hearing their harmonized firm shout in his suit's intercom, Felix gave them a slight head nod and then dashed inside the hall. SZLZLZLZLZ. He used his tether lighting arc to pull himself on top of the monolith and immediately activated his electric field to brighten up the entire hall for them. "Mark your Guardian and go for it." Felix shouted his order. "I will take the one on the leftmost. Leave me the one with the bow and arrows. The Hammer Guardian and the Whip Guardian is mine. Dibs on the female Guardians and the Spear Guardian." The squad members kept yelling at their Guardians one by one while heading towards them with their abilities fully activated. When Felix saw that 4 Guardians were left untaken, he said, "I will be dealing with the rest." SZSZSZSZ. Felix jumped in the air and used 2 lightning arcs to propel himself from the ground towards one of the toughest Guardians in the hall. The Guardian was 10 meters tall and had 2 axes placed behind his back and a helmet that was exposing only his eyes. His eyes weren't dead in the slightest as they began to brighten up akin to 2 blue light candles. Crack crack! Out of nowhere, the sounds of rocks breaking echoed in the entire hall, scaring Kadri and the rest when they saw that it was coming from the Guardians' bodies. With each step they took, the noise kept getting louder and louder until it stopped abruptly, allowing them to hear only the sounds of their footsteps and the sizzling of Felix's lighting. Still mid-air, Felix brought out a silver nail from his spatial card and placed it on the tip of his finger that was aiming at the tough-looking Guardian. SZSZSZSZL. Blue and yellow-colored lightning coursed on his arm continuously, building more force for Thor's ordnance. The moment Felix entered the perfect range to hit the Guardian's head, he immediately flicked his finger, causing the nail to get propelled like a bullet while encased in a thick gold and dreadful beam. Based on its trajectory and speed, Felix didn't doubt for a second that it was going to hit. Hush! Unfortunately, his confidence in his ability has shattered the instant he saw the horrifying sight of the Guardian moving his head to the side just as the beam reached it. Boom! The beam collided with the wall, not managing to leave even a dent. As for the Guardian, his rocky grey cheek had turned slightly black after being grazed by the beam. Well, f***ck me. Felix gulped a mouthful when he saw that the Guardian had pulled both axes from his shoulders and entered a combat stance while staring coldly at him with red eyes. Felix knew that he should not underestimate them even though his strength had already surpassed 20k. The worst part, he wasn't dealing with just one but 4 of them. Chapter 591, Killing the Guardians. Announcement, greeting everyone. I'm happy to be back on the platform. For those who have questions about my disappearance, please read the author letter in the auxiliary volume or note below. The other 3 Guardians weren't any less fierce than the Axe Guardian. One of them had a female body and was slightly shorter than the rest, but she had 10 daggers holstered around her waist. Those oversized daggers appeared like they were meant to be thrown and not for close-up battles. Coming from the left and right sides were the other 2 Guardians. One of them had a massive shield while the other had a halberd. Thud thud. Felix stopped looking at the others and focused on the Axe Guardian, who smashed both of his axes together barbarically. Then, he charged towards Felix fiercely. The Shield Guardian and the Halberd Guardian supported him from the sides, appearing like they were using a formation. Meanwhile, the Dagger female Guardian kept her distance and pulled a dagger out. Felix stole a quick glance at Melissa and realized that his theory of the peak opening up automatically was wrong. This meant that Melissa would be taking a long time to open it up, which would leave the team exposed to a dangerous situation. Hence, he decided to go all out and minimize the number of Guardians instead of just wasting time so he could support his team. Whoosh! The moment the Axe's Guardian appeared before Felix, he swung both of his axes from the corners, making it almost impossible to dodge them due to their massive size and the pressure they kept emitting in their path. Yet, Felix didn't even flinch. He simply swung his arm at the approaching Halberd Guardian and used the tether like lightning to connect with his weapon. Before the Guardian could realize what happened, Felix pulled himself rapidly towards the halberd, managing to dodge the axes while at the same time preparing his counter-attack. SZLZLZLZZ. His other arm turned into a lighting torch as he aimed the newly beamed silver nail straight at the head of the Halberd Guardian. Without wasting a split second, Felix fired it off, causing the Guardian's head to jerk backward, but that was it. The Guardian was merely slowed down a little while getting a new black patch on his forehead. Their skin was frighteningly tough to crack, and Felix realized mid-air that his petty elemental attacks wouldn't cut it out in this fight. Instead of wasting his time and energy on them, Felix snapped both of his fingers in mid-air and morphed himself into a 7 meters giant, buffing his physical strength to a monstrous level. A giant against a giant. That's how things were supposed to be. Boom! Felix smashed his hardened fist at the exact spot where his attack failed before. This time, the Guardian didn't jerk slightly but ended up having his entire head blasted to thousands of grey rocks of various shapes and sizes. Felix's strength was already good enough to put up a decent fight against those puppet guardians, but with size manipulation added to the mix, the end result was this headless remain of the guardian, taking one slow step at a time without having a balance of his body. Thud. In the end, it fell sideways, sending a strong tremor on the ground, causing Eric and the rest to steal a glance at the source. Upon seeing the headless guardian and the giant Felix standing on its chest proudly, they couldn't help but feel awed and a bit terrified. Here they are, trying their best to survive the onslaught of their targets while Felix had managed to take one down in less than 30 seconds. Although he made seem easy, they still had absolutely no intentions of switching to the offense, as they had used their abilities at the start and failed to leave a scratch on those guardians. Haha, the boss will probably end up killing all the guardians here if we don't do something about them first. Eric's laughter resounded in the squad's intercom. He didn't seem too pressured by the two guardians he was facing, as he kept using his wind-based abilities to swivel around their strikes. Shit. I am hoping he will do it. Kadri quickly refocused back on the guardian that was attempting to bat him with a dreadful gigantic club. Thankfully, he managed to narrowly dodge the club by sprinting rapidly outside of the contact zone on four limbs. He was morphed fully as a large-sized dog, providing him with the necessary mobility to keep himself untouched throughout his battle, unlike Pualani, who was in a bear form. He was having a tough time evading his target's strikes due to his lack of mobility. Hell, he almost ended up getting killed by the very first assault on him due to him not expecting a giant guardian to deliver a quick strike. As for Malak, she was doing her job remarkably, as she was relying on her blue flaming wings to play with her targets. Meanwhile, Felix was pulling herself away from the attacks by using his electric pull ability. He had already shrunk himself, since he believed that he would have much better control like this than being in his giant form. At least, until he manages to find another perfect chance to counterattack. Melissa update. He asked while continuing to jump from a guardian to another akin to a monkey. I am still trying. Melissa replied with an anxious tone while touching the surface of the stones, believing that the key might be on them. Do you see anything on those stones? Felix asked as he narrowly dodged a 3-meter grey dagger thrown at him while mid-air. No. Melissa answered, the peak's stones are as smooth as the ones beside them. I believe an illusion has been cast to hide the key, as we saw before. She informed while continuing to press on the stones. I believe so as well. Felix reinforced while sneaking a peek at the stones beside Melissa. Asna, tell me what you see. Whoosh. Before Felix could finish his request, he swallowed it and swiftly threw his arm to the axe's guardian, helping himself get pulled away from another flying gigantic dagger. However, this time it seemed like the axe's guardian was anticipating his maneuver as he swung his axe from above at Felix's tiny body. The pressure the strike emitted was enough for the air to split apart. Felix knew it would end up badly for him if this attack landed on him. Hence, he instantly deactivated his lightning arc connected with the guardian and created 2 more. But this time he actually aimed his arms at the ground, causing him to get dragged down below like someone had jerked him from his ankle. Yet, this only helped him extended the distance between him and the axe, not avoid it. So when his feet touched the ground, Felix rolled once, then placed his hands on the floor and took advantage of the momentum to propel himself away. Boom! The axe smashed the ground behind him, causing tremors and a cloud of dust to be sent away. Now, instead of rejoicing his successful evade, Felix immediately turned around and used his electric pull to link himself with the axe's head. Due to the cloud of dust, the guardian didn't realize that Felix was linked with his axe when he tried to lift it. Because the axe was being pulled up towards the guardian's shoulder, Felix kept dangling by his lighting arc like he was holding into a rope. When the axe finally emerged from the smoke, Felix snapped his finger with a cold expression, turning his body into a giant within a split second. By the time the guardian realized that he was in a crappy situation, Felix's tightened fist was already on its way to greet him. A split second later, boom! His fate was no different than the previous guardian, as his head had been blown out into tiny fragments, getting propelled everywhere like bullets. "Good shit, boss!" Eric exclaimed in excitement the instant he heard the explosion and saw what transpired. The rest of the squad who were capable of speaking also sent their delighted compliments. Felix didn't bother replying to any of them, as the moment he landed on the ground, he dashed towards the shield-carrying guardian, who was somewhat useless in this fight due to Felix's lack of offensive attempts on him. Felix ignored the female guardian with the daggers for now due to her being far away. "Melissa, go help out Pualani," Felix ordered calmly. "I will be dealing with the pyramid peak when I get rid of those two." The moment he realized that illusion might be included, he decided to let Asna take a look at it. But he didn't want to do so if it meant leaving his guardians roaming freely in the hall. His team was already struggling, and he knew that one or two of them would get killed if his guardians decided to give up on him. "On it!" Melissa didn't question his order as she swiftly flapped her wings towards Pualani, who had already lost control of his fight and was currently barely surviving the strikes. If he didn't receive support any sooner, he would be the first victim in this expedition. Chapter 592, Testing the Theory. When Felix saw that Melissa had reached Pualani, he stopped bothering with his squad and focused on the shield guardian. "How should I play this?" Felix squinted his eyes at the gigantic grey shield that was covering the guardian's upper body, making it extremely difficult to target his head. The worst part, the female guardian was hiding exactly tens of meters behind him. She was holding two daggers in a throwing posture, making Felix understand that the moment he exposed an opening, those two daggers would be sent as a welcoming gift. "Shit, if only it was possible for me to fly in the hall." Felix clicked his tongue in irritation while eyeing Melissa and Malak, who were currently using their air supremacy to keep their guardians in check. Felix understood that it would have been much easier for everyone if they simply drank flight-based potion and flew to the ceiling, leaving those guardians to play with each other on the ground. Alas, he knew that the moment four individuals get in the air, those guardians would start emitting red laser beams from their eyes at them. He couldn't forget the way those pirates ended up getting turned into ash by those beams after trying to fly all at once to the peak. Felix already warned the bunch and made it crystal clear that only Melissa and Malak had the right to use their wings. "You better hurry and deal with them," Asna advised with a casual tone. "You know that the daylight cycle ends pretty quickly on this planet." "I know." Felix's expression turned somewhat grim as he looked above him. Everything he was currently doing was for the suns to spotlight the monolith and check if his theory was correct or not. But, if the suns went past the pyramid's peak before he opened it up, he could only give up on whatever treasure was hidden here. Time to go all out. Felix narrowed his eyes at the exposed legs of the shield guardian, then dashed rapidly towards them. The shield guardian was smart enough to focus on protecting his head after seeing the fate of his companions. Hence, he didn't lower the shield to protect his legs. However, when Felix reached his right leg, the shield guardian lifted his left leg and attempted to stamp him. Boom! Cloud of dust had risen from the fierce contact with the floor, helping Felix hide within it after he dodged the stamp. Since the shield guardian didn't feel like he touched someone with his foot, he quickly lifted his leg and kicked the cloud of dust, hoping to land a direct hit on Felix. "Who are you kicking?" Felix asked mockingly while clinging into the guardian's gigantic knee. Before the guardian could react, Felix enlarged both of his exposed arms and hands, then called calmly, "Brittle Inducement X10. Whoosh!" Large amounts of condensed ash-grey mist had been released from Felix's exposed arms' pores and encased the guardian's knee fiercely. In less than a second, the knee was covered entirely by the grey mist. The guardian didn't know what's going on, but he wasn't programmed to falter easily. Hence, he swiftly used his free hand to punch Felix, who was still clinging to the guardian's knee. "I guess he is not as smart as Lady Sphinx's guardians." Felix grinned widely while detaching himself from the knee at the last second before the fist landed on it. Unbeknownst to the guardian, his knee had already turned brittle and fragile by the inducement that was 10 times more potent than normal. Hence, crack! His knee didn't survive the punch as it got shattered instantly into multiple fragments. The noise attracted Malik and the rest, making them steal a quick peek at the source. How? Malik's eyes widened in shock after catching that the guardian had lost his leg and was currently leaning on his shield for balance. Hey! However, they weren't given enough time to think about the leg as their vision had been captured by the sight of Felix using his lighting arcs to climb up the surface of the shield like he was climbing a cliff. Felix already anticipated that the guardian would use his shield as a crutch to avoid falling. By doing so, he finally exposed his head in the open just like he had planned. SZLZLZLZLZ. It didn't take Felix even a second to reach the top of the shield and reach the guardian's expressionless turtle-like face. Whoosh whoosh. Felix wasn't given even a split second to carry on with his counterattack as two giant daggers were currently rotating fiercely in his direction. SZLZLZLZ. Felix instantly entered his supersonic mode, allowing him to analyze the trajectory of the flying daggers. Her aim is more accurate than a homing missile. Felix's eyelids twitched after realizing that he would be hit by one dagger that was going to graze the guardian's ear in the process. He thought that he would be safe if he took cover behind the guardian, but it seemed like that was not the case. Yet, Felix wasn't fazed at all as he quickly enlarged his body and kicked the turtle-like head from the left side. His kick was strong enough, the guardian's head got cracked a bit. But most importantly, the force was able to move it slightly to the right. This caused the incoming dagger to smash into the guardian's scalp instead of grazing his ear like the female guardian planned. Since everything was still happening in slow motion in Felix's eyes, he managed to spot the other dagger piercing through the broken fragments of the first dagger and the guardian's head. Felix smirked faintly while moving only slightly to the side, causing the dagger to bypass him in slow motion. However, instead of letting it go, Felix extended his hand swiftly and caught it by the handle while still revolving. Growling. It was tough as Felix was forced to grit his teeth to combat the force of the dagger. He even felt like if he didn't let go, his waist would snap. Yet, he swallowed the pain and barbarically stopped the dagger without breaking it. Why are you doing this? Asna asked weirdly. To counterattack, of course. Felix smirked devilishly while swapping the dagger to his other hand. Then, out of nowhere, Felix extended his arm in direction of the female guardian and activated his ability Thor's Ordnance on the dagger. By the time his gigantic entire arm was sizzling with illuminating lightning throughout the entire hall, the dagger had already been flicked by Felix. Then, an enormous golden beam had suddenly emerged for a split second before disappearing into the nothingness. Boom! The only thing it left behind was the booming noise of the sound barrier getting shattered and the female guardian's body getting exploded into fragments and fine dust. From the moment Felix's climbed up the shield to the death of the female guardian, the entire sequence took only 2 seconds to be carried out. Everything happened so fast, Malik and the rest were still thinking if Felix would be alright being so close to the guardian before the situation developed like this. What are you fools gawking about? Felix shouted with a pissy tone after spotting that his squad mates were not focused on their own battles in such a dangerous situation. Boom! After hearing his voice, everyone broke out of their shock and narrowly dodged incoming strikes from their targets. A split second later and they would have been toasted. Don't let your guard down again. Embarrassed, Malik chided them with slightly reddened cheeks as she was also in the same boat. Eric and the rest didn't have time to respond as the guardians weren't giving them even a slight opening to take a breather. It seems like they got extra fierce after the death of 4 of their comrades. Felix frowned his eyelids at the sight of his squad getting pushed back over and over again. Time is running out. Without further ado, Felix beamed Angel Wings potion in his palm and drank it after opening up his helmet. Then, he ordered the nanobots to give away for his wings to manifest. For such a high-quality potion, the gorgeous milky white wings took only a second to shape on Felix's shoulder blades. I will be flying now, Malik. Remove your wings for a short moment. Understood. Whoosh whoosh. The moment he received Malik's confirmation, Felix took off in the air. Shortly, he reached the pyramid's golden peak. Asna, what do you see? Felix squinted his eyes at the golden rocks while waiting for Asna's response. There is a hieroglyphic writing on the rock near the pyramid's tip. Asna disclosed casually, it says Heaven's Window. Heaven's Window. Felix knitted his eyebrows as he got closer to the tip. He extended his hand and started touching the area until his fingers finally crossed the hieroglyphic's writing. Then, without doing or saying anything, the pyramid's peak began to shake, forcing Felix to put some distance from it. It's happening. Felix's eyes brightened slightly by the sight of the pyramid's peak opening up akin to a teapot. Thud. A few seconds later, the peak was completely wide open, exposing the beautiful blue sky and the two suns gleaming all over. They really opened it. Startled, Jones exclaimed loudly while gawking at the inside of the hall from the opening. Oh no, they are losing the fight. Nietzsche, who was beside him, couldn't help but get worried after seeing the miserable condition of her squad. Boss, should we get inside and help? Jones asked in the intercom. No. Just keep enforcing the sand walls. Felix warned while moving to the side, allowing the golden shimmering light to enter the hall akin to a triangle-shaped beam. The light wasn't spread out in the room but actually compressed in that shape, even though it shouldn't be possible. When Felix saw that the triangle-shaped beam was a few meters away from the mirror-like monolith, his grin couldn't help but reach his ears. With this, my theory is 90% correct. Felix knew that all he needs to do now was wait until the light reaches the mirror-like monolith and reflect it towards the King Guardian's palm. The hidden treasure was finally about to be revealed. Chapter 593, Strength that Defies Common Sense. Argh. Sore, why guys, I can't go on any, more. Suddenly, Pualani's exhausted and pained voice resounded in the squad's intercom, causing everyone to tense up as they glanced in his direction. When they saw that Pualani was bleeding buckets from a nasty wound on his back, they realized that he was indeed standing by mere will and resolve. Attack me, you bastard! Melissa cried out loud as she flew at the Guardian's head with her sharp nails extended a few centimeters. Alas, even when she reached the Guardian's face and began striking him, he barely reacted to her. Why would he when her nails barely left scratch marks on his hard skin? Unfortunately, only Felix was capable of damaging those Guardians' tough skin. Even though he made it seem too easy, that was only due to his strength that was on par with Origin Realm bloodliners. Cough, Melissa, just leave it. Pualani coughed blood with dropped eyelids and shaky knees, making him appear as he would fall at any given second. Malik and the rest hardened their expression after hearing so, but they didn't dare to take a single peek at his situation since they were also barely surviving the Guardian's fierce attacks. They wanted to move and help him out, but their hands were tied up. Whoosh! Abruptly, the Guardian lifted his sword high up, making Melissa fall into despair by the sight as she had absolutely no idea how to save him. She already thought of dragging him away, but she knew that wouldn't be possible to achieve due to Paulina's transformation. He was resembling a giant thick bear, making his weight far surpass her limitations. At this point, she could only stare widely at the gigantic sword splitting the air in direction of Pualani, who was already on his knees with his head lowered. Sigh, it seems like I need to help them grow stronger faster if I don't want them to be a liability in the upcoming ruins. Felix shook his head slightly as he snapped his finger, slowing the flow of time for him. Then, he flew swiftly towards Pualani. When he reached him, he caught him by his neck and dragged him on the ground away from the strike zone. Boom! The moment the flow of time was restored, the sword smashed the ground until rebels were lifted a few meters in the air. Just as Malik and the rest felt like their heart was about to sink at the thought of losing a squad mate, Felix shouted in the intercom, "Don't lose focus. He is safe. Thank God." Upon hearing Felix's voice, no one doubted the validity of it or bothered to think twice. They simply continued using their abilities to keep the Guardians busy. Meanwhile, Felix had already dropped on the ground, not daring to keep flying. Eric could be forced to use his air abilities to stay in the air if he is in a tough spot. Felix sighed, if that happened while I am still flying, all of us would be taken down. Whatever wings can't be enlarged with my ability anyways, they will merely serve as a hindrance. Felix beamed 3 advanced rejuvenation potions and placed them above Pualani's chest. Quickly drink those and join us. It's not time to take a break. Felix sent a message to Pualani while narrowing his eyes at the remaining 6 giant guardians. Each one appeared more menacing than the other. Thank you, Sir Felix. Pualani reached out with a shaky hand at the potions. When he caught one, he drank it in one go, not caring that it was mixed with the blood in his mouth. Not closing his helmet to breathe, he took the other 2 and drank them one after the other. Only then, did he close his helmet and started taking deep breaths. Upon seeing that the potion was starting to do its magic, Felix began walking slowly with narrowed eyes at the guardian with the heavy sword on his shoulder. If we want to escape from the peak, I need to destroy all of those guardians right now. Felix took a quick glance at the monolith and realized that the triangle-like light beam was slowly crawling up to it. It will take a minute or 2 before the entire monolith gets illuminated. Felix cracked his knuckles and requested, Asna, keep pumping energy, I am going all out. You better make it entertaining. Thor said as he drank a big gulp of alcohol. It will be entertaining all right. Felix smirked faintly as he felt the raging purified energy course through his veins. Then, he disappeared from his place, leaving behind him bright sparks. That's the last thing Pualani managed to see before a symphony of explosions and rain of rubble began to fill the entire hall. A minute later, Malak, Eric, Melissa, and Pualani could be seen standing in one place with eyes wide open and hands shaking like they had seen the incarnation of the devil. The scene that was reflecting from their enlarged pupil was the sight of Felix standing above the shattered head of the last standing guardian in the hall. Thud! The remaining body fell to the ground, joining the rest of his brothers and sisters, who were lying all over the place in even worse conditions. Some of them had their heads destroyed while some of them didn't have a single body part attached to their torso. What a monster! This strength defies common sense. I used everything yet I barely scratched them. Malak bit her lips with a frustrated look. I am supposed to be a primogenitor bloodliner as well, yet why is the strength difference so big? Is he really a human? Were humans always this strong? Melissa clutched her beating heart as she eyed the dumbfounded looks of Eric and Pualani. No, he is clearly a special case. All of them saw how Felix relied on his physical strength to bring those guardians down to their knees. In their eyes, such physical prowess wasn't supposed to appear in the hands of a human. They were right to think this way since Felix obtained this kind of strength only due to his primogenitor's bloodline boost and Devourer's heart. Tisk, if I were you, I would have taken them down in less than 10 seconds. Thor burped as he boasted. I did feel like I could have executed the battle even more efficiently. Felix didn't know if Thor was truly boasting or he meant it, but he did believe that his performance could have been better. Felix, don't bother with this a drunken pig. Asna scoffed, it will probably take him that long to get up from bed. How cold, defending your hubby by bringing me down. Thor let out a long saddened sigh. You bastard! Stop spewing such nonsense. Asna snapped instantly with slightly reddened ears. Felix smiled a little at their bickering and eyed the monolith. When he saw that the light was about to be fully reflected against the kingly guardian's extended palm, he immediately wiped that cheeky smile and sprinted towards the monolith. Follow him! Malak ordered in the intercom as she unfolded her gorgeous blue wings and flew right behind Felix. After the others reached her and Felix, they didn't dare to speak out loud as their eyes were affixed on the kingly guardian's palm where the beam of light was currently illuminating. They stared hard at it until their eyeballs were about to pop out, yet nothing appeared on the palm. Was boss's thinking wrong? Maybe something will happen if we give it time. Oh no, the beam of light is starting to go over the palm. While the rest were getting nervous that everything they had done was going to be for naught, Felix suddenly unfolded his wings and flew towards the palm. Can you see better now? Felix asked Asna while squinting his eyes at the empty illuminated palm. Yep, I was right, it's really a small black cube. Asna rested her chin on her palm and disclosed, it's hovering above the center of the palm. Do you know what is that, Lady Sphinx? Hormungandr asked. Lady Sphinx closed her book and gently placed it on the table. Then, she started to examine the pitch-black cube for a couple of seconds before she shook her head. I have no recollection of this item. It can't be. You actually don't know? Thor and Hormungandr were pretty startled by her reply, as they never expected one of the wisest and knowledgeable beings in the universe to fail to recognize this item. There is a lot of things that I am ignorant about. Lady Sphinx said calmly, if it wasn't for so, I wouldn't be still reading books. If even Lady Sphinx had no idea what that thing was, Felix began to hesitate about taking it with him. However, after being reminded of everything they had gone through inside the hall, he hardened his expression and thought, for it to be protected this heavily, it only means that it is an extremely valuable object. Even if I can't use it, I can always sell it or trade it with Lady Sphinx. I will take it with me no matter what. Felix gazed deeply at the hidden pitch-black cube, showing his unwavering determination before his squad. Seeing him act like this made them have only a single thought in their minds, what the F***ck is he staring at? Chapter 594, The Pitch-Black Cube. You better make your move soon. Asna warned with a frown, the cube is flickering like it's about to disappear at any given moment. Upon noticing that the reflected light on the palm was starting to dim, Felix realized that the cube would be gone after the light disappears as well. If that happened, he would be required to wait another day so the light would perfectly align with the monolith again. Felix knew that it was impossible to wait that long since Nietzsche and Jack were barely supporting the hole's walls with their abilities. If he decided to let the hole collapse while the pyramid's peak was wide open, then the sand would be entering the hall like a sink swallowing water. Shit, even worse, I can't have my squad leave the hall right now since they will interrupt the beam of light. Felix knitted his eyebrows at the thought. He was planning on letting his squad leave first while having them take a wire with them so he could easily transmute himself into electricity and escape after picking the pitch-black cube. Alas, as long as the cube's existence was linked to the reflected light, this plan would never work. The only play I have is to make others drink flight potions and let them stand by the pyramid's peak. Felix pondered, but, I can't have all of them fly in the air at the same time since it's not known if this kingly guardian could also shoot laser beams or not. When Felix watched the documentary, he didn't see the kingly guardian enter the action at all since the other guardians were more than enough to deal with those petty pirates. Although he didn't see him make a move, Felix was still immensely wary of him. Especially when the treasure of the hall was on his palm. So the best current move is to make Pualani and Kadri remain close by the peak while Eric and the girls stay on the floor. Felix picked this order because Melissa, Malak, and Eric were faster than the other two. So, when shit hit the fan, they would have better chances of reaching the pyramid's peak than them. Upon coming up with a plausible plan, Felix swiftly deactivated his supersonic mode and gave out those exact orders to the rest. Move it. Make sure not to interrupt the light. Kadri and Pualani hastily drank flight-basted potions and took off in different directions. When Felix saw that they had reached their positions, he gave Malak a serious look, then he flew rapidly towards the kingly guardian's palm. Everyone tensed up while watching him diving towards the center of the palm. They didn't know what exactly he was doing since they couldn't see the cube, but they had no intentions of wasting time by remaining doubtful or confused. Meanwhile, Felix was even tenser than them as the closer he got to the cube, the more his gut feeling screamed at him to back off. This made him get nervous if it would be alright to own such an object. Alas, Felix was in it too deep to let his emotions change his mind. Hence, the instant he reached the palm, he didn't hesitate to voice out his request, "Queen, please beam everything that is above this palm." His AP bracelet instantly projected a blue light on the entire surface of the palm for a split second. Then, immediately disappeared without creating any fanfare. Did it work? Felix wondered while surveying the palm below him. He was doubtful because he didn't see any blue particles that should represent the existence of the cube. Nope, it's still hovering in its place. Luckily Asna saved him the trouble of asking the queen. I thought all objects in the universe could be put inside the spatial cards without much trouble. Felix's confusion was understandable. Spatial cards were tutored to have the ability to store anything in a solid, liquid, and gas form, as long as it was not alive. For the process to fail, it made Felix reach only one conclusion. Asna, is this cube alive? Felix asked nervously. I don't know. Asna squinted her eyes at the cube for a second, then shrugged her shoulders carelessly. It appears like a normal solid Rubik's cube but black in color, nothing more, nothing less. Just as Felix wanted to respond, Asna rushed him. Stop thinking too much and make a decision. The cube is starting to turn hazy. Damn it! Guide me to it. Knowing that it wasn't time to hesitate, Felix made up his mind to pick up the cube directly. Asna swiftly gave him directions to it since the palm surface was quite wide. When Felix was close to the cube, he didn't require Asna's help anymore since it was surrendered with a wicked and evil aura. Ka-thump! Felix's heart skipped a beat after getting in contact with this aura. Even though he was wearing a helmet and was fed oxygen from a tube, Felix began to feel like he was getting suffocated while his heart was clutched tightly by a strong grip. This was the first time he experienced something like this and he didn't know how to react at all. Whoa, that's one hella of an evil aura. Thor raised his eyebrows in surprise at the sensation that Felix was experiencing. It's not as heavy and overbearing as the paragon of sins, but the fact that it is coming from a small cube is quite concerning. Hormungandr hardened his expression as he ordered, Felix, leave this thing behind at once. Before Felix could react to Hormungandr's warning, Lady Sphinx objected with a brightened look, don't listen to this scaredy cat. As long as you have me, nothing will happen to you both physically and mentally if I decided to give you a hand. So, bury those emotions deep and take it with you. Sphinx? Your curiosity would get him killed. Hormungandr glared at Lady Sphinx and said, you know that anything related to the paragon of sins is not a matter to joke about. How could this cube be related to that being, who never bothers to leave his void realm? Lady Sphinx retorted, your fear will cause little Felix to lose a potential opportunity to grow stronger quickly. The moment Felix realized that this cube might help him grow stronger, he gritted his teeth and fought off his instinct to escape. Then, he flew right through the vile aura while requesting the queen to transform the nanobots of his suit into an arm. No matter how desperate Felix was, he never acts recklessly. Touching this unknown cube with his hand was beyond foolish. He caught it. The moment Asna and the rest saw that the cube was tightly held by the nanobots, they stopped talking at once and eyed Felix closely, each with a different expression. While Asna and Hormungandr exhibited signs of worry, Lady Sphinx and Thor appeared to be merely curious about the results of such direct contact. It feels quite solid, it's highly unlikely that it's alive. Meanwhile, Felix's anxiety was about to blow his heart apart, as he was quite scared that the cube might pull a fast one on him. Fortunately, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Rumble! Rumble! Just as Felix wanted to sigh in relief, he was shocked to see that the giant palm below him started to crack. Soon, the cracks on the palm had begun to rapidly spread into the kingly guardian's humongous body. What did the boss do for the guardian to start self-destruction? Eric asked with widened eyes. Malik and the rest were shocked and bewildered just as he was, making them unable to answer his question. Fortunately, they weren't as naive as Eric to believe that the kingly guardian was actually destroying itself. Sir Felix, this doesn't bode well for us. We must leave at once. Malik requested permission while trying her best to keep herself calm under the reign of the rebels. Couldn't agree more. Felix ordered while flying away from the guardian's palm, Kadri, Pualani, leave now. Gladly. Finally we can leave this hellish place. Those two immediately flew towards the pyramid's peak with relieved looks, as if they had just been given a royal pardon. Since they were already pretty close to it, no one doubted for a second that they wouldn't make it out safely. Alas, the moment Felix blinked his eyes, two blinding milky white beams appeared on his enlarged pupil. The beams were glamorous and mesmerizing. But neither Felix nor the rest of the squad had the luxury to appreciate them, since the moment they appeared, both Kadri and Pualani had disappeared, literally. Not a single visible particle was left behind to represent their existence. Just like they presented themselves silently, those gorgeous white beams had disappeared silently as well. The only thing they left behind was two giant burnt marks on the golden stones in a deadpan silent hall. Felix, Malak, Melissa, and Eric could only tremble on their spots while slowly turning their stiffened heads from the pyramid's peak to the source of those beams. When they finally came in contact with the source, chills coursed their spine at the sight of the kingly guardian's eyes burning furiously with white flames while his mouth exhibited the most sinister smile they had ever seen in their lives. Chapter 595, The Kingly Guardian. What was that noise, guys? Are you okay? Abruptly, Joan's concerned voice resounded in the intercom loudly, managing to jolt Felix and the rest from their daze. It's nothing, just keep focusing on the wall's stability. Felix responded calmly after taking a deep breath. He could see from the opening that both Nietzsche and Jones were trembling in their positions while continuously releasing ice and vines from their hands at the walls. In such a situation, Felix knew that hiding what happened from them was the best decision. I can't risk breaking their focus at such a critical moment. Felix knew that the moment the walls collapsed, they would be locked with this gigantic monstrosity that could make a peak 4th stage bloodliner disappear without a trace. Sir Felix, what should we do now? Melissa asked while staring fearfully at the kingly guardian, who was slowly standing up on his feet. After seeing Kadri and Pualani's fate, she didn't dare to consider flying to the pyramid's peak. As for feeling sad about their death, no one had such luxury. Felix didn't reply but activated his supersonic mode to slow down the flow of time for a few extra seconds of contemplation. I feel bad for the way Kadri and Pualani died, but this isn't the time to mourn for them. Felix squinted his eyes at the sinister smile of the kingly guardian and thought, the fact that it didn't shoot another beam of a laser at me even though I am flying implies two things. Either, the Guardian doesn't want to harm the cube, or he shoots only at targets that are seeking to escape from the pyramid's peak. Whatever it is, I brought this trouble upon myself and the squad. I can't get them wiped out at the finish line. Felix hardened his expression. The only way to secure their safety is by forcing the kingly guardian to focus only on me. At least, you take responsibility for your greed. Hormungandr somewhat praised. Just as Felix wanted to show a bitter smile, his eyes widened in shock when he saw that the kingly guardian's eyes were getting extra bright while staring at Malak. Shit! He actually can aim even at those on the ground. Without another thought in mind, Felix sprinted at the speed of sound towards Malak, who could be seen trying to flap her wings in slow motion, preparing to dodge the incoming laser beam. But from the look of despair on her face, she clearly knew that she was way slower than that laser beam that could appear at the speed of light. Hell, even Felix knew that he was way slower than it after seeing its first emergence. However, not all hope was lost, as the kingly guardian clearly needs a bit of time to shoot. Felix took full advantage of those milliseconds to reach Malak's side and quickly dash away after picking her up. A split second later, bright milky white light illuminated the hall yet again, forcing everyone to close their eyes shut. The instant Eric and Melissa realized that the light had faded away, they quickly opened them up and started looking around them, hoping that Malak and Felix were all right. It didn't take them even a second to spot Felix carrying Malak by her waist while having some leftover electric charges coursing through their bodies. Everyone! Keep your focus on the Guardian's eyes. The moment you see them getting brighter, leave your spot at once. Felix shouted immediately in the intercom, not giving time for the others to react. Thud. Soon, he dropped the paralyzed Malak, who was in direct contact with his lightning overflow, and then ordered them again with a serious tone, "I won't repeat myself. All of you be prepared to escape outside the hall the moment I give you the order." "Boss." "But..." "Save the chit-chat and concentrate on his eyes if you don't want to die," Felix roared as he sprinted towards the Guardian's slightly cracked left leg. He made sure to not go all out in speed so the Guardian would notice him. To attract him even more, Felix kept shouting loudly while waving the pitch-black cube, "You creepy F***ck. If you want to take back your treasure, F***ing come get it." The kingly Guardian, who was planning to weed out the trash first, couldn't help but glance down at Felix after he made such a ruckus. If T was TFR your grid I would HAV command UFR your active sacrifice to HLP your friends. Out of nowhere, a deep rough voice resounded thunderously throughout the hall, shocking everyone who heard it. It was loud enough, it reached both Nietzsche and Jones, making them stiffen in their places. The language used was too foreign for them to comprehend what he said. Meanwhile, Felix and the rest couldn't help but doubt their ears after realizing that the kingly Guardian had actually just spoken. What the hell? Can golems even reach such a high level of intelligence? Eric cried out loud in shock. Unfortunately, even Felix was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "Oh ho! It seems like this golem has a spirit residing in it." Lady Sphinx commentated with a tone filled with praise, "It seems like the owner's proficiency in golem's creation isn't too shabby." For Lady Sphinx to praise the ruins master, only meant that he really was an extraordinary individual. Too bad, it seems like the spirit he put inside the Guardian wasn't patient enough to engage in conversation, as the moment Felix paused his footsteps, he was met with two bright eyes. SZLZLZLZ. Without a second thought, Felix entered his supersonic mode and dashed away from the instantaneous beam attack. After evading it easily, Felix didn't show any signs of delight. That's because his stored lightning was about to run out. Without it, he wouldn't be able to use supersonic mode again. If that happens, Felix knew that he would be doomed. Shit, I can't waste my energy on using an electric field to absorb the lightning. It was to be expected after repeatedly using size manipulation ability to take out those Guardians. Right now, he knew that Asna was out of emergency energy, and he was left to fend for himself with the remaining 70% in his body. I can only use that method to recover some energy. Careful. Abruptly, Felix's thoughts process was broken by Asna's sudden warning. Knowing full well that Asna wouldn't joke in those critical moments, Felix instantly covered himself in electrical charges and appeared like he teleported 10 meters from his previous spot. That spot was currently emitting white smoke from the heat caused by the laser beams. Thanks. Felix wiped his sweaty forehead and thought with a serious expression, I need to come up with a plan that will at least handicap him for a few seconds if I want to live. Felix knew that killing the Guardian was out of the question due to his terrible conditions. I don't have time to think of the perfect plan, so I can only use the same method I used before and improvise on the go. Upon making a quick decision, Felix snapped his finger and turned himself into a giant yet again. While doing so, he also entered his supersonic mode, in addition to pouring out a condensed grey poisonous mist from his skin. Since his size was unlike before, the poisonous mist appeared like a magnificent thundercloud with the lightning flickering from within. Before Malik and the rest could react to this development, Felix instantly teleported to the kingly Guardian's massive feet and jumped on his toenail. Although Felix could be considered as a giant, at this moment, he still appeared quite tiny in comparison to the kingly Guardian's behemoth size. Yet, Felix didn't let the size difference deter him. He clenched his fist and punched the leg's chin as hard as he could. Crack crack! Small fissures resulted from his strike, allowing Felix to understand that the material used to create the kingly Guardian was a lot tougher than the other Guardians. Nevertheless, Felix didn't hold back his lightning-quick punches at all. Since his stored lightning was too limited, he was forced to carry out his assault without being in his supersonic mode. After losing his monstrous speed, the kingly guardian finally managed to react to Felix's fierce beatdown. Udar. Realizing that Felix was attempting to destroy his ankle, the kingly guardian's sinister smile turned into a nasty grimace. When Felix sensed it, chills coursed on his spine, making him immediately pause his assault and withdraw as fast as possible. The moment he reached the toe, his heart sunk at the sight of a bright milky white light emerging from the cracks on the ankle. Then, dozens of tiny small laser beams got emitted everywhere, scaring the shit out of Felix, who was crouching below the guardian's toe for protection. This F***'s entire body can shoot lasers. Felix would be lying if he said that this new development didn't scare him, because the only plan he had was crippling the guardian's foot and escaping either during his fall or after. For a golem to have a size like that only meant that it would be almost impossible to carry its weight with one foot. Now? His mind was absolutely blank, as he couldn't figure out any method to carry out his plan without letting himself get too close to those cracks. What do I do now? Just as Felix tried to seek out a Hail Mary emergency plan, his thoughts were interrupted by the sight of the cracks getting melted. The same cracks where he was punching before and where the laser beams emerged. That's weird. If the rocks were this vulnerable to the laser beams, then his eyes should have been melted a long while ago. Felix's assumption was correct. The guardian's body material was tough enough to resist the monstrous heat of the laser beams. The best proof was the perfectly fine cracks on the chin of the leg, a few meters above Felix's striking area. This led Felix to reach only one valid explanation of the melting phenomena. Haha! My brittle inducement had weakened the rocks to the point they find it tough to handle the heat. This changes everything. Excited and enlivened, Felix jumped on the toenail again and showed a wide sinister grin at the kingly guardian. Then, without any hesitation, Felix flipped him the middle finger and taunted with a newfound arrogance, "To have such a shitty aim, no wonder you were captured and prisoned inside this golem." Chapter 596, Battling the Kingly Guardian. While Malik and the rest were left dumbfounded by his sudden attitude change, the kingly guardian's eyes appeared like they were about to spew flames at Felix. Uaskin FRT. Yet, Felix wasn't fazed in the slightest. Instead, he was delighted that his provocation had managed to piss him off. "This is how you aim." Then, he promptly manifested tens of giant grey poisonous brittle spears and shot them all at the melted area of the ankle. Poof poof! The spears exploded on contact, leaving behind them multiple grey clouds on the ankle. Then, they seeped through the melted orange cracks and began turning the rocks into a fragile mess from within. However, in less than a second, the grey mist got evaporated thoroughly from the ankle. The reason? The kingly guardian had shot yet again laser beams at Felix. Thankfully, Felix was already prepared this time and hid under the toe the instant he spotted the ankle getting illuminated. The best part? He avoided it without relying on his supersonic speed. Again. Nevertheless, Felix didn't waste time feeling proud. Instead, he took advantage of the free opening that the kingly guardian always exposed after shooting laser beams. Whoosh whoosh! An arsenal of grey spears manifested yet again before getting hurled at the melted area. Foolish attempts! The kingly guardian's mocking voice resounded loudly as he brought down his humongous palm at Felix, clearly planning to smash him to pieces instead of repeating the same attack. Dear God! The hall will get destroyed if that landed. Pull some distance from it. RUUN boss. Melissa, Eric, and Malik all showed expressions of worry, fear, and despair while flying reflexively away from the palm of God. Felix, who was experiencing the massive pressure of being right below it, wouldn't find it too shocking to call it that. Such pressure and force were capable of turning anyone's legs into a jelly. Knowing that his stored lightning was too valuable to waste, Felix tensed up his body and sprinted as hard as he could towards the shadowless part of the hall. Shit, I won't make it. However, after seeing that the shadow of the hand was getting larger and larger, he knew that he would be caught beneath it if he kept going at this pace. Yet, Felix was still hesitant to waste what remained of his stored lightning to dodge one single attack. Think. Thankfully, the danger of the situation had allowed Felix to experience another burst of adrenaline, making his heartbeat and thought process speed up. That burst was all he needed to get his vision cleared out and see his escape route. Zzlzlzlzlzlz. Felix squinted his eyes at an opening between the ring and the middle finger that was only a few 10 meters above him. Then, without an ounce of hesitation, he shrunk his body to his normal size and jumped as high as he could. What the hell? Melissa, who decided to take a peek behind her, almost suffered from a heart attack at the sight of Felix's proactiveness to bridge the distance between him and that apocalyptic palm. Alas, her view of Felix was soon hindered by the gigantic fingers that were about to touch the ground. When she saw this, she removed all of her worries about Felix and braced herself for the impact. A split second later, a magnificent shockwave had emerged after the palm's contact with the floor. Before the shockwave slammed Eric, Melissa, and Malak, a thunderous explosion rocked the entire hall. Then, both of them smashed into those three, resulting in them getting flung wildly towards the wall. Thud thud thud. The instant they slammed into it, their suit had absorbed most of the damage, saving them from having their bones snapped. Alas, the helmets didn't manage to survive perfectly as the glass got cracked due to the deadly sound. While this was happening, Felix could be seen floating tens of meters above the palm with a cracked helmet and tens of grey spears pointing at the ankle. Before the kingly guardian could react to Felix's escape, his ankle was met with a barrage of non-ending poisonous spears. Poof poof. Since the kingly guardian wasn't anticipating Felix's survival and abrupt counterattack, his ankle ended up engulfed in a giant grey cloud for a few seconds. You bastard! Only after sensing that his ankle was getting weaker and weaker did the kingly guardian realize that he couldn't keep this up. So naturally, he shot laser beams from his ankle to evaporate the mist. Alas, the instant he did so, his ankle began breaking into melted pieces. At least, the front part of it, where Felix focused the most. Although it was only half the ankle, a wide smirk had emerged on Felix's face after seeing that the kingly guardian was starting to wobble slightly. Good, he is starting to lose his balance. Before he decides to sit on the throne and ruin my plan, I need to pull him away from it. Felix swiftly wiped that smirk from his face and snapped both of his fingers, resulting in the creation of two humongous condensed grey swords on his hands. Behind him were an arsenal of grey spears floating by, making him resemble the god of death, ready to bring down judgment on this foolish golem. Whoosh whoosh. A split second later, Felix dove rapidly towards the ankle while at the same time ordering the spears to target it. The kingly guardian wasn't planning on letting him have an easy trip as he had started shooting laser beams from the cracks on his long arm and also his eyes. Since Felix was anticipating them, he quickly took cover under the arm's triceps. However, before he could feel relaxed at his successful evasion, he was forced to enter his supersonic mode because the kingly guardian was actually preparing to fire laser beams from the entire arm. This made it impossible to stay close to it. Thankfully, Felix was close enough to the ankle already, making him take advantage of his momentum and great grey swords to inflict as much poisonous mist within it. However, this time the kingly guardian reacted instantaneously by evaporating the mist before it could deal any serious damage. Luckily for Felix, every time the kingly guardian used those laser beams, the ankle's shape would get worse and worse. Hee, you got him cornered. Asna laughed with a mocking tone. If he left the mist, the stones his ankle is made of will get too weak to handle his weight. If he decided to deal with it, the heat will end up melting the fragile stones as well. If he decided to rely on his physical strength, the movement he makes would end up putting huge pressure on his weakened ankle. Crack! Before Asna could finish speaking, a loud cracking noise resounded in the hall, shocking everyone but Felix. Finally! Instead, he was thrilled to see that the ankle had finally ended up separating from the foot after the kingly guardian tried to punch him down. He was too furious and humiliated to be played by a tiny human like this to even stop for a second and think about taking a step back. This is why I dislike using spirits inside my golems. Their emotions will always get in their task, unlike the cold and rational ace. Lady Sphinx shook her head slightly as she watched the kingly guardian trying his best not to fall on the ground. Alas, the fight he had with Felix had forced him to walk away from his majestic throne without his realization. This left him stranded in the middle of the hall. He did it. What's going on down there? Oh God, he looks like he is going to fall in our direction. Prepare to escape. Felix shouted in the intercom, reminding them that everything that he was doing was for this slight opening. Currently, he could be seen breathing ruggedly with sweat covering his entire forehead, clear marks of elemental exhaustion. The fight had sapped him clean, leaving him with only 5% in his tank so he wouldn't pass out. All of this was to simply destroy the kingly guardian's ankle. Thud thud. After a couple of seconds of trying to balance himself out, the kingly guardian finally realized that it would be impossible to keep standing on one foot. So, instead of resisting it, he actually decided to control the way he fell. You fools! As long as I kept my eyes on you, you will never run away. Everyone's ears quivered at his furious bellow, but they still didn't understand the language spoken. However, seeing how the kingly guardian's eyes never left them even though he was falling down slowly, they easily figured out what he meant. Their hearts sank at the thought of trying to fly to the pyramid's peak in such conditions. In their eyes, the only reason Felix went on a limb to handicap the kingly guardian was to make him lose attention on them, giving them few seconds to escape. But now? Thud. The kingly guardian's knees touched the ground, making him regain his balance in a kneeling position. He appeared as solid as before, making Eric and the others feel utterly hopeless about their escape. What's worse, his infuriated eyes were on them this time instead of Felix, who was remaining surprisingly silent with his hands tightened into fists. When Malik and the rest saw him like that, they could only sigh in dejection and acceptance of their doom. They could see that Felix had spent everything to save them, even though he could have easily escaped on his own by relying on his supersonic mode. After all, it was simply impossible to hit him with laser beams during it. Boss, if you have any juice left, please leave us behind, you did more than enough. Eric gave Felix a sincere smile and said, all the years I have lived don't compare to a single minute that I have spent serving under you. I am satisfied with the adventure. Malik and Melissa glanced at him with a wry smile. They wish they could be as selfless and loyal as he was, but that ain't happening with the short amount of time that they spent with each other. Absolute loyalty couldn't be obtained so easily. So, they lowered their heads without approving or disapproving of what Eric said. Asna, is it done? Yab. Felix unclutched his hands at the sound of that, allowing a bunch of black rubble to fall off. He heard what Eric said, but he didn't bother to think about it. Why? It's time to leave. Felix smirked faintly as he glanced at the kingly guardian's sinister expression. He knew that the kingly guardian didn't attack them right away because he saw the despair in their eyes and believed that he had already won this. Too bad for him, handicapping him was only the first part of Felix's shrewd plan. Chapter 597, The Final Moment. Cut the soapy bullshit and use everything you have to fly to the pyramid's peak right now. Jones, Nietzsche, leave as well. Before they could try and understand what he meant, they saw Felix's body get consumed inside a massive pitch-black cloud. Corruption inducement was used. Impossible. The kingly guardian was shocked since Felix had clearly shown signs of elemental exhaustion. Even if he didn't, the kingly guardian firmly believed that Felix's energy shouldn't be infinite to the point he could go all out against his minions than him. Alas, what he didn't know was that Felix always kept holding high-graded poison stones tightly in his palms. While he was absorbing them, Asna was immediately purifying the energy and storing it away. This was the emergency method that he thought of with Asna. He was glad that it came in handy by giving him just enough to finish this battle. Whoosh! Felix didn't give the kingly guardian time to remain shocked for long as he flew like the wind towards his head. When Felix reached his face, the pitch-black cloud morphed into a gigantic widescreen that blocked the kingly guardian's vision from the pyramid's peak completely. The instant Malik and the rest saw this, their faces brightened up akin to a kid getting a PS5 as a gift on his birthday. Goo! Malik screamed in excitement as she unfolded her magnificent blue flaming wings and took off like a rocket towards the exit. Melissa followed after her tightly while Eric surfed on a self-created wind gale that led to the top. However, the moment they crossed the half-line, Felix yelled out a warning, "Dudge!" Whoosh whoosh whoosh! All three of them instantly made a sharp curve to the sides before Felix's voice could even echo once. Their superb reflex and trust in Felix's shot calling allowed them to successfully evade two laser beams that were aimed right at the peak's exit. "We did it!" Eric yelled in excitement as he continued surfing to the exit, knowing full well that the Guardian could not shoot another laser before they get out. Just as he anticipated, all three of them wheezed right through the hole without any hindrance, joining Nietzsche and Jones. "You little bastards!" The kingly guardian howled in fury and humiliation at the sight after the poison blockage got evaporated. He didn't dare to believe that he actually allowed three rats to escape from the hall after awakening him. For a proud spirit belonging to the right arm of the ruin's owner, such a failure was enough to set his heart ablaze and lose his composure. However, the moment he saw that Felix was still lagging behind, all of those emotions were stiffened, making him regain control of himself. After all, he didn't forget that his main target wasn't to kill them all but to retrieve the pitch-black cube. Knowing that Felix could evade his laser beams easily with his monstrous speed, he decided to get physical by sending out his right arm rapidly at him. Alas, he soon realized that Felix was out of his reach due to him being in a kneeling position. So that's why. Only then did he figure out that Felix's sole purpose of breaking his ankle wasn't to create an opportunity but to simply make him unable to reach the pyramid's exit physically. The moment Felix saw the size of the kingly guardian, he knew that it was possible for him to use his long arm and block the exit with it. The moment he did so, it would be truly over for them unless they were able to break his arm into two. Felix understood that the kingly guardian was a proud being who was underestimating them and was easily controlled by his emotions due to two reasons: the majestic chair and being prisoned for such a long time. So, he aimed to fool the kingly guardian by making him believe that he was simply desperate to break his ankle to create a surprise escape during his fall. But in reality, his main plan was to blind him while his arm could never reach the exit ever again. All of this planning and acting was to make sure that his squad could escape safely. Now that they did, Felix had no intentions of remaining behind to entertain the kingly guardian. Felix was confident of his escape since he had saved a tiny bit of lightning within his body just for this moment. Why isn't he shooting at me? Did he give up? That can't be. However, Felix's confidence soon turned into confusion after seeing that he was only 10 meters away from the exit, yet the Guardian had yet to fire his last desperate attack. Before Felix could look behind him to ease his confusion, his entire body had been engulfed in a wave of goosebumps, making his mind frozen from a sensation that he hadn't felt for a long time. Fear of absolute death. The only time he felt this sensation was when he was about to blow his soul to ruinousness attempt at controlling his body. Feeling that let him know that there was absolutely no way of survival no matter what he tried to do. In normal cases, anyone would have already been paralyzed by despair. But, Felix's extensive experience and honed battle senses had allowed him to pull out one last move. Activate supersonic mode. The instant his thought process and reflexes got enhanced significantly, Felix turned around with a numbed expression. What came in his line of view was a scene that would be etched in his mind for eternity. The kingly guardian's entire body was illuminated with a blinding milky white light. From his feet to his head, all the cracks on his body were releasing that light at the same time. When Felix's eyes landed on the kingly guardian's face, he felt like he could see the same sinister smile that he saw at the time of the kingly guardian's awakening. Stop gawking like a moron and ruin. Asna's playful personality was nowhere to be seen as she yelled at Felix with a terror-stricken expression. Meanwhile, the primogenitors didn't say anything as they were still pretty startled about the kingly guardian's decision to blow his spirit just to get rid of Felix. In their eyes, any spirit that had given its consent to pilot a golem only meant that he would rather live as a puppet than die with dignity. Either that or the spirit willingly piloted a golem out of absolute loyalty to his master. If it was like this, then the kingly guardian's blowing his spirit to honor his master's wish wasn't too far-fetched. Meanwhile, Felix's survival reflexes finally kicked in after hearing Asna's terrified voice, making him force his wings to flap as fast as he could. His numbed expression had already been changed to a deranged look. It's not over yet. Due to his sudden burst in speed, he finally managed to cross over the other side. He could see that the hole was crumbling because of Nietzsche and Joan's escape with Malik and the rest. Yet, Felix didn't even flinch as he kept bursting through the sand and rubble akin to a drill. Just as he was about to pierce through everything and be welcomed with open arms by the clear beautiful blue sky, the awaited explosion had finally occurred within the hall. Damn! No sound was heard, but Felix instantly knew that it happened since half of his body had been instantly consumed by a wide triangle-like pillar of light. He felt absolutely no pain or discomfort. Even when his eyes had been burnt to a crisp by the mere brightness of the light. If he could still see, he would have been awed by the light pillar that had pierced the sky and reached space. A moment later, boom! The concentrated explosion noise and shockwave had finally caught up, rupturing Felix's eardrums and hurling him hundreds of meters away from the light pillar. But Felix didn't even feel it since he had already lost consciousness after the light pillar consumed his heart plus everything on the left side. Only his head and his right side were left somewhat intact. If it wasn't for the pyramid being built with Strucrace material, it would have been blown apart by the force, resulting in Felix getting caught in the real explosion so as Malik and the rest. They were lucky to put enough distance from the light pillar, unlike Felix. Thud. After a short while, Felix's gruesome corpse finally landed on a sand dune, resulting in the creation of a giant sand cloud. The momentum of his fall was too strong, he ended up getting buried a few meters within the sand dune. Even when he was spilling rivers of blood while sand filled his organs from his wounds, he didn't even quiver. How could a dead corpse with no heart quiver? Chapter 598, A Forgotten Protocol. Meanwhile, within Felix's consciousness space, a mega-earthquake had started to ruin the place. The soul barrier was getting cracked. The consciousness lake was being agitated until waves began to form and splash anything in sight. Destruction of consciousness space. Hey, I really didn't think that the kid would end up dying so soon. Sigh, the worst part, he was lucky that only half of his body got hit by the light pillar, but unlucky at the same time to be his left side. Thor commentated with a wry smile while creating a jar of wine within the chaos. He appeared like he already accepted the end of his new journey and was drinking one last time before it all ends. Shut your trap. Felix will not die like this. Asna immediately snapped at him with reddened eyes. She would be lying if she said that the sight of Felix's doomed corpse didn't make her fall into an abyss. She could see that his condition was beyond saving without getting help. But she still refused to accept it. It's only over if Lady Sphinx claimed to be over. Hormungandr took a deep breath and glanced at Lady Sphinx with a pleading look. Upon hearing so, Asna swiftly teleported to Lady Sphinx and beseeched, "Big sis, please save him. I know you can do it." Seeing the desperation and helplessness in Asna's eyes, Lady Sphinx couldn't help but smile faintly and pat her head. "You don't need to worry too much, the little thief will survive." Lady Sphinx placed a finger on Asna's right chest and said calmly, "Soon, the Devourer's heart in his body will take the role of his lost heart and start pumping blood." Ka-thump. Just like it was waiting for her to finish, the pitch-black Devourer's heart thumped thunderously within Felix's body. The remaining blood began to cycle through Felix's body, revitalizing the organs and especially his brain. With his serious injuries, the blood will keep seeping out of his body no matter what. Thor shook his head, knowing that Felix's condition wouldn't get better simply by having his secondary heart operate again. Confirming his statement, the cracks on the soul barrier slowed down but didn't stop. However, Lady Sphinx still remained composed like everything was going as expected. "Big sis." Hearing Asna's helpless voice, Lady Sphinx mentioned calmly, "It seems like you guys have already forgotten that Felix had a protocol installed to help him in those dire situations." Immediately after saying so, the Queen's monotonous voice resounded loudly in the consciousness space, "All conditions have been met to commence revival protocol." The silent AP bracelet in Felix's right wrist began to light up within the sandpit. In a short moment, the light disappeared but Felix's body had been placed within a silver pod that resembled VR pods. The revival pod. Asna's eyes brightened up in happiness after seeing this pod's emergence. Memories of Felix's buying the pod resurfaced in her mind. Her agitation and fear of losing Felix had made her completely forget about it and the protocol that Felix erected with the Queen. The protocol entails that the moment Felix loses consciousness for more than 10 seconds while suffering heavy injuries, the revival pod should be used to treat him until he regains consciousness. This revival plan was used by almost every person who treads on a dangerous path. No wonder you knew that he would be fine as long as the Devourer's heart revived him for a short while. Hormungandr said with an appreciative tone, knowing that the Queen wouldn't have activated the protocol until 10 seconds passed by. However, Felix's consciousness space was never going to hang for that long. When it gets destroyed, the connection between Felix and the Queen would break, resulting in him completely losing a way to save himself. The Devourer heart helped slow Felix's consciousness space destruction until the conditions had been finally met. Right now, Felix's body could be seen getting submerged within a blue liquid after the sand had been suctioned outside of the pod. Soon, an oxygen mask covered Felix's mouth and nose, helping him start breathing properly. Although his brain was receiving oxygen and blood, he had yet to regain consciousness. Still, the sight of his consciousness space returning to its usual calmness was more than enough to pacify Asna's heart. Making me worry always. Asna mumbled in annoyance as she took a seat beside Lady Sphinx, who seemed focused on Felix's hand. When Hormungandr and Thor saw that, they swiftly looked at Felix's hand and couldn't help but click their tongues. He died and revived, yet he still didn't let go of that cube. Sure enough, the pitch-black cube was still clutched tightly by the nanobots of Felix's suit. Fortunately, he was holding it with his right hand. Otherwise, it would have been either destroyed or sent to space by that light pillar. Tisk, it better be something good. It almost killed this greedy prick. Asna made a snarky remark, but the look of relief in her eyes said otherwise. Don't worry too much. Lady Sphinx said casually, even if he couldn't use it, I would buy it with a price he wouldn't be able to refuse. If Felix heard so, he would be giggling foolishly for the entire day. What's going on? Suddenly, Asna exclaimed after spotting the remaining of the nanosuit getting pulled back to shape up like a small ball. Lady Sphinx raised her eyebrows at the sight and disclosed with a surprised tone, it seems like the Queen is attempting to remove anything that hinders or slow his recovery. Just as she mentioned, Felix's nude body soon got pierced by multiple needles that were connected to small tubes. This wouldn't have been possible with the nanosuit protecting his skin. In normal situations, this wouldn't have alerted the primogenitors in Asna. However, seeing that the pitch-black cube was now floating beside Felix's unprotected hand made them on edge. Isn't this a bit bad? Thor commentated while scratching his beard. We don't know what it is, but the evil aura it kept releasing is enough to let us conclude that nothing good will happen out of their direct contact. The moment he finished speaking, the cube slowly inched closer to Felix's pinky, scaring the shit out of Asna. Can't we do something to push it away from him? Asna suggested while biting her nails nervously. We need to control his body to achieve so, but you know what will happen if we did that. Thor said. He would die the moment we do so, even if his soul was perfectly intact. Hormungandr sighed. We can't order the queen to help us since Felix hadn't given either of us permission. Lady Sphinx added. So you telling me that we can only watch and pray that nothing row? Asna was forced to interrupt her tirade halfway after she saw that the pitch-black cube had finally made direct contact with Felix's fingers. Silence covered the consciousness space as everyone held their breaths within and kept eyeing the cube with different emotions. Some were showing a bit of anticipation and curiosity while some were giving off a worried look. Meanwhile, the pitch-black cube kept floating by Felix's arm, touching it here and there until it reached his ear. Suddenly, the peaceful cube began to disintegrate into a black liquid and went through Felix's ear until nothing was left behind. Before Asna and the primogenitors could react, a sudden deranged howl resounded thunderously in the consciousness space. Soon after, pitch-black darkness began to invade the consciousness space from every direction, leaving Asna and the primogenitors trapped inside. Roar! Howl! Terrifying devilish-like howls kept emitting from within the dark waves. When Asna and the others looked closely, they managed to spot two humongous bloodish red eyes gazing at them with a blood-curdling look that would make any commoner pass out from the mere sight of it. Yet, neither Asna nor the primogenitors showed a hint of fear in their expression. Instead, they all looked somewhat amused. Thor even gave a pitiful look at the being within the darkness and ignored his existence entirely. Bitch, you chose the wrong neighborhood to park in. Asna placed her hands on her hips and showed one sadistic smile that made the being's diabolic gaze resemble a kitty trying to act mad. Before the evil being could react, Asna and other primogenitors all released their suppressed spiritual pressure at the same time. The darkness waves were frozen solid, the howls were silenced, and the horrifying red eyes of that being showed nothing but pure dread. Be easy on him, little Asna. Lady Sphinx spoke casually while summoning a new book. It seems like his soul is still in its infancy and without any rational thoughts. Hormungandr nodded his head, he is just following his instincts. So, it's easier to control him with a bit of pressure. I will show him some pressure, all right. Asna cracked her fingers and instantly teleported within the dark wave. In a split second, she emerged outside while holding in her hand a black-furred raccoon-like creature. He appeared to be shivering constantly but still didn't muster the courage to remove Asna's hand from his neck. If it wasn't for his scary bloodish eyes, his appearance could have been seen as cute before normal citizens. When Lady Sphinx laid her eyes on him, she closed her book and said with a hint of intrigue, "Who would have thought that the cube is actually an egg?" An egg? Everyone got shocked at her revelation since they saw how the cube had turned into liquid and invaded Felix's brain physically and consciousness space spiritually. Don't even mention the cubic shape of the egg, how was it possible to do that before hatching? Chapter 599, Trash Panda? I am quite confident in my guess. Lady Sphinx informed, I have seen a similar kind of egg that was shaped like a crystal hexagon. The egg was able to turn into a liquid, solid, and even gas state. Then, invade life forms and hide within them until the day they hatch. At least, that's what I'm assuming. Soon, she sighed, unfortunately, I have seen it only by chance in memory of a subject. So, I couldn't really discover its secrets. All of my knowledge could be considered as speculation. Eggs with the ability to change their physical state are indeed quite weird and never heard of. Thor commentated while analyzing the silly raccoon-like creature closely. Though, why did this thing took the shape of Trash Panda? Asna said speechlessly while smacking the raccoon-like creature in the head, resulting in him whimpering silently. Who knows? Lady Sphinx shared, maybe it copied the shape of a random animal inside Felix's memories if it managed to glance at it. Or, it took that shape subconsciously from its own buried original memories. Hormungandr raised an eyebrow in surprise and said, You mean that the universe gave birth to it like Asna and the rest of the Unigen race members? The revelation was quite shocking since the universe only made a move personally if something was threatening its balanced state. So, if this creature was its own creation, it only meant that he was created to fix or fill a hole to restore its balanced state. That's a bit too far-fetched for now since there are clearly other eggs that are somewhat similar. Thor guessed, maybe, they are one of the newest races to appear in the matter universe. This will explain our lack of information about them." Asna and the rest nodded their heads in agreement. His reasoning was quite logical compared to Lady Sphinx's theory. "Enough guessing for now, we will find out the truth after I start researching its origin," Lady Sphinx said with a predator-like glint as she looked at the raccoon-like creature. Eee. Sensing an unprecedented danger, the raccoon-like creature fought off against Asna's spiritual pressure by sheer will and started to flail around his tiny limbs, trying to escape her devilish grasp. Alas, Asna wasn't patient enough to comfort him gently. "So? Smack! Stop playing around or I will keep smacking you until your scalp gets bent," Asna threatened with an irritated look. Eee. The raccoon-like creature didn't understand one thing that she said, but his instincts clearly told him to never offend Asna. "Now what? Do we just leave him inside Felix's body?" Asna asked with a tingle of worry. "This little shit is currently covering Felix's brain in a liquid state, isn't that dangerous? Just pressure him to turn into a tattoo or something and remain still on little Felix's skin." Lady Sphinx disclosed, "Like this, we would still have his soul prisoned inside with us and won't create troubles for little Felix." "A tattoo? Hee. Asna's worried expression was nowhere to be seen after knowing that Felix wouldn't be harmed. Instead, she was giving a mischievous smile while looking at Felix's peaceful face. Seeing her sudden switch of emotions made the primogenitors give Felix a piteous look. They knew that nothing good comes off that smile. While the raccoon-like creature was being bullied by Asna to turn into a tattoo, Malak and the rest of the squad were currently carrying out a plan to locate Felix in a virtual meeting. When the explosion occurred and the light beam emerged, Malak and the rest were forced to close their eyes, making them miss out on seeing what happened to Felix. All of them thought at the start that he was a goner, but since the slave contracts had yet to break, it only meant that Felix was still breathing somewhere. As they thought, it didn't take them long before locating him by using their spaceship's life-form scanning feature. It picked up Felix's vitals hundreds of meters away from the pyramid. They didn't know how he got that far and they didn't waste time thinking about it since his shown vitals were as faint as a candle's light. Whoosh whoosh. "Are we close?" Eric inquired while trying to catch up to Malak's speed. Malak ignored his question and kept forcing herself to speed up. Her expression was that of guilt, shame, and worry. "I am so useless. I can't believe that I had to leave everything to Sir Felix even though we were his subordinates." Malak thought spiritlessly. Memories of the final battle against the Guardians kept playing in her mind, making her feel more and more ashamed of her strength. What pained her even more was the fact that Polonai and Kadri ended up dead and Felix severely injured while she was still perfectly fine. If only I was stronger, I could have at least saved Polonai and Kadri. If only we were stronger, Sir Felix wouldn't have needed to help us escape and saved himself first and foremost. Malak kept drowning in her sorrows and guilt until she finally reached the coordinates. Without wasting time, she landed on the dune and instantly sensed Felix's whereabouts. "Eric, blow the sand away," she requested from Eric after he landed beside her. Whoosh! Eric waved his hand gently and the dune peak began to get shaved off quickly. In a short moment, the silver exterior of the revival pod was exposed, startling both of them. The revival pod. Malak instantly recognized it as she had previous experience using it a few times during her explorations with her bloodline clan. Swiftly, she got on her knees and cleaned the sand from the glass door. When she and Eric saw the disastrous conditions of Felix's body, words refused to leave their throat. Bo! Boss! Eric's eyes got slightly red and watery as fell on his knees and hugged the glass. Then, out of nowhere, he cried out loud, "I have failed you, boss. I deserve. Move." Before he could finish his crying, Malak kicked him away and quickly lifted the revival pod. Seeing that she was struggling with the weight, Eric rushed to help her out. After they held it from both sides, they flew towards the northern sentinel that had just arrived on top of them. In a short while, Felix had been successfully escorted inside the spaceship and taken to the infirmary. Everyone went there to check up on Felix's health besides Samir, who was left to operate the spaceship and take them as far as possible from this planet. After everything that happened, no one wanted to spend another second near those damned ruins. 2 weeks later. Inside the infirmary, Felix could be seen sleeping above a nice bed while tucked inside white sheets. Sitting beside him was Malak, who was concentrating on reading a virtual book. She looked quite exhausted, yet she refused to close her eyes for a short break. Just as she wanted to change the page, she sensed a slight movement beside her. She quickly focused on Felix and saw that his eyelids were quivering slightly. "Sir Felix? Sir Felix? Can you hear me?" Thrilled, she called out for Felix. Felix lifted his left hand slowly to wave at her and murmured with a muddled, sleepy look, "I won't be if you keep shouting near my ear." He yawned casually and asked, "Why am I in the infirmary?" Before Malak could reply, a torrent of memories flooded Felix's mind, reminding him of the final battle in the ruins and its outcome. "You were hurt." "No need, I remember now." Felix silenced her with his palm and closed his eyes, focusing solely on his memories. Upon reaching the point when his vision got blinded by the pillar light, Felix opened up his eyes and sighed deeply. "I must have been saved by the revival pod. I am truly one lucky bastard." "Lucky my ass, you moron." Abruptly, Asna insulted Felix while gritting her teeth. "If it wasn't for Big Sis making your devourer's heart act as a primary heart in such emergencies, you would have kicked the bucket and killed me with you." Felix was lost for words after hearing so. Alas, Asna wasn't done from emptying her grievance on him. All of this just for what? ***ing useless trash panda. Trash panda. Hey! Felix was now confused. "Sir Felix, are you okay?" Malak asked with a worried tone after seeing him acting weirdly. Felix regained his wits and nodded his head at Malak. "I am fine for now. Thank you for looking after me." "I should be the one saying that." Malak quickly got on her feet and bowed deeply at Felix. "I sincerely apologize for not living up to your support. You gave me so much yet you still had to do everything by yourself. I am ashamed." Felix waved his hand carelessly and said, "It was my own fault for taking you guys inside that hall that was clearly way above your strength level. Still. Enough, I don't want to hear another word about this." Felix gazed at the ceiling and said with a faint smile, "I am just glad that we made out Ali." The moment Felix mentioned this, the scene of Paulinai and Kadri's death played in his mind. He couldn't help but swallow the rest of his sentence, feeling a bit guilty about their unfortunate death. Felix knew that he had a share of the blame for their death. But that didn't mean that he would feel awful about it for the rest of his life. After all, he experienced the death of his squad mates way too many times in his previous life to get affected heavily by it. Soon, Felix let out a long exhale and ordered composedly, "Malak, I want you to hold a conference meeting in 1 hour. Until then, don't let anyone enter the infirmary." Malak nodded her head and excused herself after seeing that he wanted to be left alone. The minute the door closed behind her, Felix dove inside his consciousness space, wanting to know what happened after he lost consciousness. In a short moment, he opened his eyes inside his consciousness space that seemed to be recovering quite well. The soul barrier was still cracked here and there, but nothing serious to alarm Felix. Here they are. When Felix glanced over, he quickly spotted the bunch hanging together on a round table. Just as he wanted to rush over, his eyes were widened in shock after catching a glimpse of a black-furred raccoon, wearing a female-maid outfit and serving drinks to the bunch. He seemed well-trained and obedient as he kept pouring drinks for them without lifting his head. "What the hell is going on?" Felix mumbled speechlessly. Chapter 600, An Impossible Target. "This is the trash panda you almost died for." Asna turned around and gave Felix one of the nastiest looks he had ever received from her. The moment he saw it, Felix instinctively raised his guard before his face. Just as he expected, Asna teleported in front of him and delivered a round kick at his face. Felix was pushed back a few meters but he stood his ground. However, before he could attempt to pacify Asna, he found himself held tightly from the back by her. He instantly stiffened in his place as he could feel that her face was buried on his right shoulder. What's worse, he even felt slight tremors that could only imply that she was crying softly. Asna. Felix didn't know what to say or react to as this was all a new experience to him. He always believed that Asna saw him as nothing more than the last Hail Mary to free herself. That's why every time he risked himself and almost ended up dead, she never seemed too bothered about it in his eyes. Hearing his thoughts, Asna punched him lightly in his back and sobbed, "You idiot, there is a big difference between almost dying and actually dying. I'm sorry, I should have asked for your opinion. I tend to risk my life thinking that I am affecting only myself. That's a bit selfish from my side." Felix placed his hand on hers and promised, "Next time, I will discuss it with you. Especially, if Stakesworth wasn't known." Felix thought that Asna was behaving like this because she actually felt that she had no control over her death. He was an asshole enough to keep leaving her out of decisions that could get her killed as well. He kept tooting that they were partners but he almost never acted upon it in serious moments. "You good?" Sensing that Asna stopped trembling, Felix smiled gently, thinking that she was finally pacified by his promise. "I am good." Asna replied with a suppressed tone. Then why are you tightening your grip?" Felix asked in confusion. "For this." Instead of replying, Asna shouted with a begrudged tone while lifting Felix in the air and showing him the real German suplex. Boom! Ouch! She really suplexed him on her mansion's concrete. Thor showed a sympathetic expression as he eyed Felix's limp body lying on the ground. He kinda deserved it. Lady Sphinx chuckled lightly, for a self-proclaimed playboy, he really is a bit retarded emotionally when it comes to Asna. Can you blame him? Hormungandr defended Felix, which mortal will dare to fantasize about getting together with the origin of laws herself? Hey, even members of her own race wouldn't dare to. Change the subject, she is coming back. Thor coughed and glanced away after seeing Asna's pissed expression. The other two started minding their own business acting like they saw nothing. Asna gave them a warning glance and sat beside them. Then, she bossed with an irritable tone, "Why is my glass empty? You wanna go night-night as well, you trash panda?" Eee. Eee. The poor raccoon-like creature whimpered as he rushed over to her side and started pouring in the glass to the top. He really invaded the wrong body. Meanwhile, Felix had finally stood up on his feet while clutching his neck tightly. "You sadistic B***tch, what was that for?" he complained painfully. "Humph." Asna crossed her arms and looked the other way, not wanting to talk to him. Seeing her behave this way, Felix took a deep breath to calm himself and walked towards the table. When he reached it, he sat beside Thor and greeted the primogenitors. "Glad to have you join us, kiddo." Thor winked at Felix in a friendly manner. "Thank you for your help and care when I wasn't conscious." Felix showed his appreciation by bowing deeply to each of them. "Especially Lady Sphinx. Didn't I tell you that I won't let you die in the ruins?" Lady Sphinx smiled faintly, "How I can lose my precious test subject before our first experiment?" Felix's eyelids twitched at the sound of that but he still kept his head lowered. Soon, Felix raised an eyebrow after seeing the raccoon-like creature smelling his clothes cautiously. Felix ignored him and asked Lady Sphinx, "Elder, mind telling me what is this thing?" Asna's words from before rung deeply in his mind but he refused to believe them. He would rather get suplexed by Asna again than believe that all the trouble and sacrifices he had gone through in the hall were for this silly-looking trash panda. Refusing to believe it won't change the truth. This is Nemo, the spirit of the creature residing within the cubic egg. Lady Sphinx chuckled while lifting the raccoon-like creature and placing him on her thighs. Nemo? Egg? Felix was left baffled by her information. He tried to make sense of it, but how could he when Nimmo kept giving him a dim-wit look? Knowing that it was too much to take, Lady Sphinx started her explanation in a concise and articulate manner. During the past 2 weeks, I have run multiple analytic experiments on Nimmo. Since I don't have his physical form to work with, I managed to find only some basic information. Felix listened carefully. First, his spirituality or consciousness prowess only below beings as primogenitors and unigens. This is scary on its own since he is still actually inside the egg in his weakest form ever. Lady Sphinx said with a serious tone while rubbing Nimmo's fur. That's strong. Felix was shocked. He knew what it meant to have such a high level of spirituality since he always desired to have it as well. Alas, he knew that was almost impossible since each race gets a specific level of spirituality based on its placement in the universal pyramid. The fewer the numbers in each race, the higher the spirituality they get born with. That's why races like humans could be easily suppressed on a spiritual level by multiple races. Yet, this creature was already close at peak of spirituality before even hatching from its egg. Life sure is fair. Felix showed an envious look at Nimmo, who was purring like a cat while being patted by Lady Sphinx. With the opportunities in your arsenal, you shouldn't be complaining about fairness. Hormungandr scolded him. Cough, you are right. Felix suppressed his envy and quickly changed the subject. What else did you find? Lady Sphinx continued on. He is currently as dumb as a monkey. He can be trained to pour drinks and such, but that's his limit. The only way for him to gain true intelligence is by hatching the egg to give him his own proper physical form. Felix nodded his head in understanding. Then, he questioned, if we managed to hatch the egg, this means his soul will leave this place. Doesn't that mean you will lose your spiritual pressure on him? Felix was quite worried about getting instantly killed by Nimmo after he hatched from the egg. After all, his spiritual prowess far surpassed him, plus he was clearly being bullied by Asna, which would make him try to vent on him. Controlling him after hatching the egg isn't that hard since we can simply make him sign a soul contract with you. Thor explained, the moment he emerged from the egg, he would consider you as his parent and wouldn't dare to question your requests. As dumb as he is, don't you think that he would remember me from here? Felix inquired. His memories from here would be erased by us before the egg hatches. Hormungandr informed of their plan. I guess you have it all figured out when I was asleep. Felix said, smiling. Upon hearing so, all of them sighed with a helpless look, making Felix feel slightly uneasy. We keep talking about hatching it, but in reality, we only have a single theory on how to do it. Lady Sphinx smiled wryly and said, you see, we found out that Nimmo's egg is actually made out of the purest void energy in the universe. So pure, this egg should have been born only in the core of the void realm. Upon hearing those heavy terms, Felix knew that what was about to come wouldn't please him one bit. So we believe that the only way to hatch it is by providing him with an immense amount of pure void energy constantly. It's like the warmth of a broody hen, who sits on and incubates the eggs day and night until they hatch. So, not any void energy but pure void energy. Felix lifted his head and stared at the ceiling with a faint teardrop at the corner of his eye. Whenever Felix gets hit with something that requires a shitload of capital and effort, he always feels tragic about it but still believes that he could get it done. But with this, Felix instantly lost all hope to hatch the egg. He knew that the void element was graded as one of the rarest elements in the universe due to the shortage of its resources in the universe. Shortage wasn't even the proper word to describe how scant it was in the universe. That's because the only place to get some of it was inside the void realm.